This meeting will please come to order. Let's try that again. This meeting will now please come to order. Will the clerk please read the call of the meeting and return of service?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Annual Town Meeting warrant, Saturday, March 8th, 2025, at 9:00 a.m. Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, Duxbury, Mass. Plymouth SS. Greetings to the Constable or Town Clerk of the Town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, in said Duxbury, on Saturday, the 8th day of March, 2025, next, at 9:00 in the forenoon, for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve the warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, at least 7 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 10th day of February, 2025. Select Board, Michael McGee, Chair, Amy M. McNabb, Vice Chair, Brian E. Glennon, Clerk, Fernando Guittart, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini. Plymouth SS, February 11, 2025. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury herein described by posting the warrant in precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Tara L. Wakefield, Assistant Town Clerk, Duxbury.
Unless there's some objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the warrant. I ask you to please stand for the presentation of colors by the honor guards of the Duxbury Police and Fire Departments. Please join with me as we now have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arm. Right, face. Forward, left. Left, 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 right, 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 left.
Please be seated. I want to start by thanking everyone for coming out on a Saturday morning so we can conduct the important business of the town. I'd like to introduce the people you see facing you at the front of the hall. On your right is the Board of Selectmen with Chair Michael McGee, Town Manager Rainey Reed, and Finance Director Mary McKinnon. On your left is the Finance Committee, Betsy Sullivan, Chair. On the stage, to your right is Town Council Jeff Blake and his colleague Matt Seidel, Town Clerk Susan Kelly, and Assistant Town Clerk Tara Wakefield are on my left, and my name is John Tuffy. I'm the Town Manager, Town Moderator. Rainey, it's a hard way to find out these things, but thank you. I on occasion, might make a mistake. because of an expected crowd, when we fill up, if we fill up this room, we will have a second room used. It will be the gymnasium, and Paul Brockner will be in the gym, and he's been sworn in as the assistant moderator. Microphones for your use are located in the back of the auditorium at the foot of each of the balcony aisles where they meet the stairs, and on the main floor in the same place. They are the only microphones. If you're seated in the gymnasium, you'll need to come to the auditorium in order to ask a question. The fire chief has requested that I ask you to make a note of fire exits in the room, whatever room you're in. Please don't block the exits by standing or placing anything such as chairs in front of them. The seating capacity for rooms will be strictly enforced. I request that all cell phones be turned off while the meeting is in session, except for public safety officials. And for your information, this meeting is being taped. I'd like to review a couple of procedures for town meeting. Upon checking in, registered voters were issued a handheld voting device. The voting device entitles you to be seated in a voting section. The voting devices are color-coded and will only work in specific rooms. Green, there are little dots at the very top. Green, orange, and white will work in the auditorium, and blue will work in the gymnasium. If you find that you're changing what room you're in, be sure that you have the right color dot. Outside in the hallway is this handout, and you will clearly show what color goes with what room. If you have an issue with your voting device, go to the teller's desk and in the hallway where you checked in, and they will replace it. The voting process will be as follows, and I think most people have probably been through this, but just as a reminder, when a vote is called for, the light to my left will turn on. There it is. When the light is on, you'll be able to vote. You will have 30 to 45 seconds to vote, depending on how people are responding. In order to vote, you press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Those are the only two buttons you need to know about. 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you want to change your vote, just press the button that you wish you had pressed the first time. The moderator will announce when the vote is closed, and the light will turn red. Again, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Special town meeting. You've been notified this morning that we will be shortly holding a special town meeting within the annual town meeting. This was called by the selectmen to deal with certain issues which require our immediate attention or which arose too late to be included in the warrant for the annual town meeting. The warrant for the special town meeting is a white handout which is captioned Special Town Meeting Warrant, Saturday, March 8th, 2025. Copies are available in the table out in the hall. The procedure will be as follows. Upon completion of preliminary announcements, I'll entertain a motion to recess the annual town meeting until the adjournment of the special town meeting, which was called for today. We'll then convene the special town meeting. Upon completion of the business of the special town meeting and upon its adjournment, we will automatically reconvene this annual town meeting where we left off, which is Article 1. At this point in town meetings, we customarily vote to give permission to speak to town employees and officials who are not registered voters in the town of Duxbury. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion to allow town employees and officials to speak should the occasion arise.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a majority vote and a chance to use our clickers. She'd like it. Okay. The green light is on. We can now vote if you're in favor of allowing town employees and officials who don't live in the town of Duxbury to address town meetings should the occasion arise. Press 1. If you're opposed, press 2. The green light's on, so you can vote. When you push the button, you'll notice that it's little type, but it's there. It'll say yes or no and received, if in fact it's been counted. The light is out, the voting is completed, and the vote passes, and I have a screen in front. 369 yes, 75 no. Motion so carries. Unless I hear some objection, I'll treat this vote as permission for these people to also speak at the annual town meeting should it arise. Our meeting is covered by the statutes and town bylaws at town meeting time, so that we can conduct the business in an orderly fashion. After I announce that we are considering an article, the article will be moved by the Finance Committee and their recommendations will be heard. I will give the proposer of the article the opportunity of making his or her opening remarks at that point. After that, the matter will be open for general debate. If you wish to speak, I request that you go to one of the microphones. After you've been recognized by me, would you please identify yourself by name and street address? I request that all speakers limit their remarks to a maximum of 5 minutes and ask that you do not attempt to be recognized for a second time on the same article until every other person who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Any lengthy or complicated motions or amendments should be submitted in writing so that we know precisely what's being voted upon and we can maintain an accurate record of the proceedings. A couple of motions that I want to mention. One is a motion for the previous question. A motion for the previous question is that motion that ends debate. It says, we've heard enough, we're now ready to move forward. And on occasion, we've had debates that maybe have gone on a little too long. When that happens, it will be handled immediately. I will not accept a motion for the previous question from somebody who has just finished speaking on an article so as to eliminate it as being a vehicle to get in the last word. Once an article has been introduced and seconded, I will require some level of discussion on it before I will entertain a motion to move the question. Reconsideration. As in the past, a motion to reconsideration requires the same vote quantity as the original motion, must be made in the same session as the original motion or at the succeeding section. It may only be made once, and a motion to reconsider may only be considered if the proponent provides, in the opinion of the moderator, factual information that was not available during the session when it was originally taken. I suggest that about noon we recess for lunch, which will be available in the lunchroom here, and upon completion of today's session, if necessary, I will entertain a motion to recess this meeting until Monday at the same place. So, special town meeting which was called for today. Will the clerk please read the call for the special town meeting and return to service?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, special town meeting warrant. Saturday, March 8, 2025 at 9:10 a.m. Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street. Plymouth SS, greetings to the constable or the town clerk of the town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury, qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street in said Duxbury on Saturday, the 8th day of March, 2025, next at 9:10 a.m. for a special town meeting for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws at least 14 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 10th day of February 2025, Select Board, Michael McGee, Chair, Amy M. McNabb, Vice Chair, Brian E. Glennon, Clerk, Fernando Guittard, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini. Plymouth SS, February 11, 2025. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury, herein described, by posting the warrant in precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Tara L. Wakefield, Assistant Town Clerk of Duxbury. We do have a few people in the gym, so you might want to mention if they want to speak, they have to come here.
We'll dispense with the reading of the warrant for special town meeting. And I understand that we actually have some people who are down in the gym, and so I want to remind you that should you want to ask a question or speak to town meeting, you'll need to come down to the auditorium. Mrs. Sullivan, may we have a motion under Article 1 of the special town meeting?
Thank you. Article 1, supplemental appropriations. Oh, what? What? Oh, okay. Nope, fine. That was not my fault.
Actually,
Oh, no, it was not my fault.
good morning, everyone. Thanks for taking this time today to be here on behalf of your town. I do have one thing that I'd like to start with here, a resolution. Mr. Tuffy, you're on the spotlight here. On a personal level, and I can say this probably for everyone up here, John is a kind man. Webster's dictionary definition of gentleman probably has his picture right there. He's professional, responsive, and Duxbury is very lucky to have him. So. A resolve to honor and recognize John J. Tuffy. Whereas John J. Tuffy served the town of Duxbury with distinction as the moderator from March 2016 to March 2025, admirably filling the role for 9 years. And whereas prior to his tenure as moderator, John J. Tuffy was elected and served as a highly regarded member of the then Board of Selectmen, whose leadership saw the following projects to realization: remodeling of the Wright Building, construction of the new senior center in 2001, construction of the Performing Arts Center, opening of the Ashdod Fire Station, and the purchase of the town green, all of which launched Duxbury into providing the community with improved services. And whereas John J. Tuffy, for many years, also served as the selectman liaison on many boards and committees, and he shared his valuable municipal financial expertise, serving as members of both the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Advisory Committee. And whereas John J. Tuffy has been a respected community member and important contributor, providing significant advisory assistance on numerous projects through the years with wisdom, thoughtfulness, and a level-headed approach, all in the best interests of the residents he served. Now therefore be it resolved that on this 8th day of March 2025, the town of Duxbury, through its Select Board Chair and Town Manager, offers John J. Tuffy its heartfelt thanks for his profound years of dedicated service to the town. Thank you, John.
Well, thank you very much. You've been very kind, and I feel almost embarrassed to say I think I don't deserve it. I've enjoyed it more than it's been work, and I have considered it an honor and a privilege to participate in town government here in Duxbury. I encourage anybody who has an interest to please come forward and volunteer for a committee and get involved. It is well worth your time and effort. I certainly hope at the end of this meeting, people are smiling and as happy then as they are now. I certainly understand that emotions have run high about the budget that we're going to be dealing with later on. A number of years ago, I was at a meeting in another town where it was quite contentious, and the moderator started the meeting by saying, "We all come here as friends and neighbors. It's up to us to leave this meeting as friends, because we will still be neighbors." Mrs. Sullivan, let's try it again. Thank you.
All right. Article 1, supplemental appropriations. I move that the town authorize the below-listed transfers to supplement fiscal year 2025 appropriations and to authorize the below-listed reductions in fiscal year 2025 appropriation for line items in the budgets of various town departments as follows. Line 1, Department 418 Fuel Depot, March 12, 22, Article number 6-18, Fuel Depot Roof Canopy, reduce by $70,866 as a funding source. Line 2, 418 Fuel Depot, March 8, 25, Article 1, Fuel Depot Design and Engineering. The same amount, $70,866 to repurpose an existing article. Number 3, Department 450 Water, from March 9th, 2024, Article number 14, PFAS Prioritization Plan, to reduce by $210,000 for the purposes of, oops, sorry. It doesn't.
You're good.
It doesn't say to repurpose.
Right, let's go over here.
Okay, great. For, okay, and line 4, 450 Water, March 8th, 2025, Article 1, PFAS Design Engineering OPM, $210,000, repurpose existing article. Line 5, Department 300 School, March 9th, 2024, Article number 6, School Open Classroom Renovations, reduce that line item by $38,265. Line 6, Department 300 School, March 8th, 2025, Article 1, Special Town Meeting, Onion Field, to increase $38,265 to repurpose an existing article. The sum total of all of these changes is 0. It was recommended by the Select Board, the Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory unanimously.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. We have a question? I'm sorry, up on the balcony on my right.
Hi, Colleen Brayer, Toby Garden Street. Just a point of order, did we already vote to go into the special town meeting? I wasn't sure. Don't we have to do that?
Colleen, I couldn't understand what you had asked. I apologize.
Do we need to vote to go into the special town meeting and vote to come out of it? I wasn't sure.
Oh, I see.
John,
what you're
that's
saying.
John's question. Point of order.
I'm having,
Didn't we used to have to vote that we were going to go into a special town meeting and then vote to come out of the special town meeting from the regular town meeting?
I apologize. I'm having trouble understanding you.
He wants to know if we actually voted to go out of the annual and into the special. Ask Jeff.
Thank you. I was so excited at being honored for doing a good job that I did not do a good job. So I will entertain a motion to recess the annual town meeting and move into the special town meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in when the light comes on, I go back to the good old days when I could ask for a voice vote. It was quicker. Voting is now available. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, to recess the annual town meeting and go into the special town meeting. Voting is closed. It passes 508 to 10. We are now officially in the special town meeting. Miss-
Okay. I had a question. What is Onion Field?
I am so sorry, Colleen. I don't know if it's my ears or the...
Well, I do have something in my candy because I have dry throat. What is Onion Field, number
Onion
6?
Field. Do you know, it's this girls' softball field?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll take a vote on that. All those in favor, please press when the green light comes on. The light is on, voting is open, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is closed. Motion passes 487 to 24. Article 2, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 2, unpaid bills. I move that the town appropriate $13,565.18 to pay the following unpaid bills of previous fiscal years, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sums as follows. $5,260.79 from water retained earnings, and $8,304.39 from free cash. Line 1, T.L. Edwards from the Water Department, $610.08, water retained earnings. Line 2, Verizon, Water Department, $201.61, water retained earnings. Line 3, Woodward and Curran Water, $2,015, water retained earnings. Line 4, Woodward and Curran Water, $1,069.10, water retained earnings. Line 5, Woodward and Curran Water, $1,365, water retained earnings. Line 6, City Hall Systems, Treasurer Collector, $4,159.50, free cash. Line 7, South Shore Electric Motor and Pump Company, Harbor Master, $2,943.39, free cash. Line 8, South Shore Electric Motor and Pump Company, Harbor Master, $145.50, free cash. And 3, Denkin Applied Facilities, $1,056 from free cash. The Select Board and the Finance Committee both voted unanimously to support.
I believe we have a question here on my left at the balcony level.
Hi, Sue Schofield, James Road. I'm just curious what water retained earnings are, if you could provide a definition. Thank you.
The water retained earnings is, the only thing to make it simple is similar to free cash, but the water department is not from the general fund. It is an enterprise fund. So these are funds that they have available to, I'm sorry, say? To pay their own bills. Friend's helping me, I can't hear myself. Is that all right? Okay, good.
And Mr. Weiler, may we have a second to this motion, please?
Yeah, I did say second.
He did say second. Very good, thank you.
I'll speak up.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a vote. When the green light comes on, green light is now on. Vote 1 for yes, 2 for no. This is a 9/10 vote, so I'm hoping that it is not a controversial issue. Motion passes 541 to 16. Article 3, Mrs. Sullivan.
Other post-employment benefits, OPEB. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $190,000, excuse me, to the other post-employment benefits trust fund, otherwise known as OPEB, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $190,000 from free cash to such fund.
Second?
The Select Board and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Colleen
Mrs.
Bird.
Brer, up in the top. We have a question.
Toby Garden Street. Would you mind letting us know what the beginning free cash balance is so we can all score at home?
Finance Director will answer.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Free cash was certified at 2.81 million.
Can you repeat for people that didn't hear you back here?
2.81 million.
Thank you. And that is in addition to the 300 we put in last year because this is a special town meeting? Correct? And we will be adding more in our regular budget, correct?
To OPEB? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Are you asking if we're contributing more to OPEB in the operating budget?
correct.
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I will now call for a vote. Voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. This is a majority vote. Voting is now closed. Motion carries 477 to 62. Article 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 4, Stabilization Fund. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions, explanation? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. The green light is on. Please vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now closed. Motion passes 492 to 35. Article 5, Mrs. Sullivan.
Appropriate funds into the accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $110,000 to the accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $110,000 from free cash to such fund.
Second.
The Select Board and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Are there any questions? See. Mr. Weiler, did you second that?
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did. Seeing no questions, I'll ask for a vote. Voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now closed. Motion carries 480 to 44. Motions under Article 6, Mrs. Sullivan.
Matching grant funds. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $150,000, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $150,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the Select Board and/or Town Manager, to be used to provide for the town's local match gifts and/or grants committed to and/or received by the town from time to time.
Second.
The Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend, as well as Fiscal Advisory.
Are there any questions? Mr. Guitart.
Yeah, we normally fund this article in the amount of $250,000. I think it's important to the residents here understand why we haven't funded that amount. Could you please clarify, Mary?
Stand is a little.
Do we have an answer?
Yes. So we've presented for you several articles here in the special town meeting, and some of you may have noticed that the appropriation being proposed is less than what the town has customarily appropriated for these transfers, and most notably that we passed over the transfer to the stabilization fund. The reason for that is that free cash was certified at $2.81 million. We are utilizing or proposing to utilize almost $2.1 million later today in Articles 6 and 7 for capital investments, and we are proposing here in the special town meeting to utilize $450,000 for replenishing these reserves. There is simply not any additional funding available within free cash to increase those appropriations to meet the targets that we had customarily met. So it has been a constraint on free cash, which is the reason for those actions that we've just taken. Does that answer your question, Fernando? It does, thank you. You got it.
Any other questions? So I'll now call for a vote. Voting is now open. Voting's closed. Motion carries 451 to 85. Article 7.
CPC, construction of 2 tennis courts at Wadsworth Park. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $118,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund balance for the construction and equipping of 2 tennis courts at Wadsworth Park, including all incidental or related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. This was supported by the Select Board, the Finance, and Fiscal Advisory unanimously.
Second.
And speaking on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee is Holly Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I'm Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Recreation Director Steve Studley requested CPA funds for replacement of 2 courts at Wadsworth Park. These courts are used for the Recreation Department classes and anyone else that is still playing tennis. However, they are in terrible shape. The cost to repair cracks increased from $18,000 to $22,000 pre-COVID, and now the latest quote was $41,900. This is just for resurfacing. We are asking for approval of $118,000 for construction of 2 new courts. Tree work will need to be done to allow these courts to dry, but this is not included in that figure. The reason for bringing this to the special town meeting is Where Angels Play will be reconstructing the playground in honor of the Clancy children. And CPC is concerned that the appearance or closure of the courts will not reflect well on the town, and there is strong demand for their use. Thank you.
The woman in the...
Holly, I have a question. Sorry.
Could you identify yourself, please?
I sure will. Sue Schofield. Holly, hi. I know when we resurfaced the courts over at Tarkland for pickleball, they all re-cracked again. So I'm curious what the process is for fixing the cracks and the damage on these tennis courts. I'd prefer to do it and do it right.
This is why we plan to totally replace them. I think if Mr. Studley is here, if you would like to address, oh, there you are, to address that, he is the better person. Thank you.
Hi, Steve Studley, Recreation Director. I couldn't agree with you more. The Band-Aid of $42,000 to fill cracks that'll last approximately 3 to 5 years, depending upon the weather, is an option that we utilized over many decades, actually, but that is when the Band-Aid cost $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 when I first started doing these. To replace it completely, which means we will dig up the courts completely, lay new asphalt, and the quote from the company is a 25 to 30-year warranty on these courts, to me becomes an absolute. When the Band-Aid becomes so close to fixing it properly, becomes so close, to me it's a no-brainer.
A follow-up question. Is it going to be lined just for tennis, or is it going to have additional lines for pickleball?
These 2 courts at Wadsworth will be for tennis.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. You can now vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now closed. Motion carries 486 to 114. That completes the business in the warrant for special town meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the special town meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Special town meeting is adjourned. Let's have a vote. All those in favor of adjourning, please press 1. All those opposed, press 2 when the green light comes on. Lights on. Voting is now allowed. Voting is closed. Motion carries 531 to 15. I'll now entertain that motion.
Article 1, election, no vote is required. Article 1 is a notice.
Just for the record, special town meeting is now adjourned, and now we're on to Article 1 of the annual town meeting.
We're going to get this right eventually, John. All right. Subject, election. No vote is required. Article 1 is a notice to inhabitants of the coming election and to bring in their votes as follows. Annual town election, Saturday, March 22nd, 2025, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., precincts 1 through 6, at the Lieutenant Timothy Steele Athletic Building, 130 St. George Street, Duxbury. The list of open elected positions and ballot questions is located in the back of your warrant.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. Article number 2.
Article number 2, reports. I move that the town receive the reports of town officials, boards, committees, and commissions.
Second.
Recommended by the Select Board and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Do we have any reports to be delivered to town meeting at this point? Seeing none, we'll move on.
Article 3, compensation of elected officials. I move that the town fix the compensation of the elected town officers for the 12-month period beginning July 1st, 2025, as set forth in the column entitled Finance Committee Recommended FY26, as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Select Board voted 301 to recommend. Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will call for a vote under Article 3 at the annual town meeting. Voting is now open. Okay. Okay. Voting is now closed. Motion passes 479 to 59. Article 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
Funding of salaries. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $188,000 to implement the personnel policies and provide funding for any other salary or compensation not addressed by the personnel policies as printed in the warrant, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $172,201, appropriate the sum of $7,905 from the ROCCC Enterprise Fund revenue, and transfer the sum of $7,894 from water retained earnings. to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second?
Select Board and Finance Committee. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 4-0-1 to recommend.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will call for a vote under Article 4. Green light is on. You please feel free to vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Oh, I apologize.
And all these line item budgets, or are we going through them? I thought we would go through them line item by line item without explanation. We're just voting? Is that what's happening?
Budget is Article 5A, and the contingency is 5B. So
Okay, thank you.
almost there.
In fact, as soon as we take this vote, we'll be there. And voting is closed and motion passes 465 to 106. Article 5, which I think people understand is the budget, is about to come up. Yeah. Yes, okay. And before we introduce the article, we have a number of people who are going to speak to it. The Chair of the Finance Committee, Betsy Sullivan, Fernando Guitart, a member of the Select Board, and the School Superintendent, Diane Klingman, will also be speaking. Danielle. I don't blame you. Does that mean I have to come back again next year? And finally, Town Manager Rennie Reed. Mrs. Sullivan.
Well, here we finally are. This has been a long journey for all of us. It started out with a task force, or it started out last year's town meeting when we told you at that point that we knew that we were going to be running into a shortfall for this year. We started working on a task force. We worked through the summer. The Select Board and the town manager gave us our instructions, and we started our work to try to figure out a way that we can continue to behave as Duxbury has behaved for many years as far as delivery of services and folks that we employ and schools. And we are now come to today where we let you know the findings. I think we've given a lot of opportunity for conversations to be had coming up to today, but I see a lot of faces I've never seen before. I see a lot of faces that I have enjoyed working with for the last 30-plus years, God save me. And I think that we will do the right thing. The purpose of today is going to be 2 budgets. This is going to be a different dance than we're used to, and we will take time so that you understand the purpose of the various articles and where they will lead us. The first budget, 5A, is going to be a balanced budget. We need to have a balanced budget. The state makes sure that cities and towns have a balanced budget before they can set their tax rate. So to put it simply, in order to conduct business, we have to have a balanced budget. That is the budget that we will be presenting to you, first of all, in 5A. I'd like to tell you that nobody likes it. None of us. Finance committee didn't like it. Town manager didn't like it, although occasionally I speak for him, I shouldn't today. The select board didn't like it, but it is based on availability of funds that we had and how we felt we could best manage through. We are now going to then present 5B after that has been voted. It is called the contingency budget. What we will be doing in the contingency budget is offering additional funds that will continue to help us provide the services, maintain staff, and to continue to be the Duxbury that you expect us to be. We are going to spend a lot of time discussing the line items. The way that this is going to work is very similar to other years. In A and in B, we will read every line in A. If indeed there is a line that you have taken exception to, that you need further information on, that you would like to see adjusted in some way, we ask you to hold. We will not be discussing it at that moment in time. We will then, after we've read all, I think it's 99 lines in the A budget. Is that correct, Mary? 99? 91? Or
There's a lot. 90.
there's over 90 lines. And we're going to then answer any questions. We're going to review information. We're going to accept amendments. People will be heard. So we get through all of that, and and then we will vote on A. When we get to B, it'll be a similar process. It's less lines. It's 55, I think, 54, 55. You'd think I'd know this after all this. But we will then read through them. We are not reading the total. We are going to read the amount of money that will be changed. So if line 17 had $10 in it, and we want to add another $10, when I read in 5B, line 10, I'm going to add $10. So it will not be the total, it'll be the amount of the change. We will then get through that, and again, you can hold. We will answer questions, we will go back through, and we will try to satisfy this group so that they understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish, where the monies will go, what it will do to try to rectify some of the cuts that have been made in A, etc. It's going to be a challenge, I think, for all of us, but I think that with a little patience and some kindness, we'll get there. I think that, again, nobody likes A. The larger departments, I think, are the police, public safety, the schools. We've heard a lot about them. And the department heads are all here to answer questions. I'd like to take a moment just to remind you that all of these large departments are dependent on smaller departments. Just so to keep in mind that if you hear about, say, the accounting department losing one member of its staff, it's a four-man or four-woman, four-person department. And we have just cut 25% of our ability to pay our bills, review our budgets, and perform the duties of a nearly $100 million corporation with close to 1,000 employees. So the smaller departments are devastated. The larger departments are severely impacted, and we will do our best to explain the impacts of all of these cuts. In the Selectmen's Department, there's 3 people. So by losing one member, they lose 33% of their ability to perform the duties that you expect from them. There will be less select board meetings. There will be less, bigger response time. If you're waiting to get a liquor license for an event, it isn't going to be happening in the same fashion that has happened before. These departments are going to be decimated. So, how did we get here? Well, We have had 34 years since our last override, so we have had 34 years of living with Prop 2.5 to allow us to increase our levy by 2.5%. We have had a long run where inflation was pretty predictable, where we had some new growth, where we had enough that we managed to get through. We didn't grow, but we managed to get through. Since COVID, and I hesitate to do that because it seems as though we can pull out blaming COVID for anything, but since COVID, we've had higher inflation. We've had huge increases in the cost of materials, in our insurances, and in pretty much our overhead, anything else that is attached. And it has outstripped the ability that we have to pay. The labor costs, the material costs, the insurance, the lack of new revenue, and in some cases, the reduction of revenue that we depended on for years. It has caused us to have what we call a structural deficit and does not enable us to continue as we have before. We would like to suggest, we would like to explain and hopefully gain your support to increase our levy by a certain amount, $5,800,000, to enable us to maintain what we have done for you for the last 34 years. And in some cases, we're going to ask you for additional staffing because the department heads will explain to you, we haven't grown these departments in many, many years, but yet some departments, the public safety being a great example, we have the same number of people working for them as we did in the 70s when our population was half of what it is today. So, services, infrastructure, we have a lot of wonderful buildings, 63 buildings, that need money to be maintained. The cost of maintenance has gone up. We have become reactionary. We have not done what we needed to do to stay ahead of repairs and therefore make these buildings and facilities last longer. We're going to be asking you for help with that. We are going to now just look at every aspect of the town. It has all been impacted. I will stop because other people here, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be sharing information with you, explaining things to you. Please ask, because we feel as though the one thing that we set out to accomplish as we went through this journey from with the strategic task force, with the finance committee, with all of the meetings, all of the thing, is that we wanted you to understand what we were trying to accomplish and how we got here, and that stands for today as well. We are going to be getting a lot of detail from the town manager and our department heads and as the conversation goes. I love this town. I chose to raise my kids. I have 7 grandchildren that live here today because 2 of my girls came back, which is awesome. So I want you to all understand, I am not here to speak against the decisions that we have made. We have decided to maintain our culture. We have decided to support education. We have decided to protect our environment. And we stand by those decisions. What has happened is that it costs more to be us. And we have 97% of our tax levy, our taxable event is residential, and 3% is commercial. We have 42% of the land in town, about 14,000 acres, that is exempt from tax. It is nonprofit, it is churches, it is schools, it is town, it is conservation. We made that choice. We continue to make that choice. So that means that 58%, a little more than half, is what supports us as far as collecting our taxes go. And if we choose today to continue as we have been before and enjoy this magical place that we call home, we need to pay a little more money to do it. And none of us ought to hear it, but it is the facts. And I thank you all for your attention, and I thank you all for your questions that you've asked and your diligence in trying to understand what faces us and to make good decisions. And I know you will. Thank you all.
Good morning. As Betsy has stated, nobody likes Article 5A, but at the end of the day, it must pass in whatever form it takes throughout the deliberations, but it must pass, because if we don't pass Article 5A, come July 1st, the town shuts down. So I'm going to focus my remarks not on Article 5A, but on Article 5B. I became involved in town governance, first on the Finance Committee. I now serve on the Select Board, driven by a commitment to ensure that the town of Duxbury delivers services in a fiscally responsible manner and remain fully accountable to the taxpayers, us, that fund the budget. The fiscal year 26 budget has been challenging for all of us. It has created great uncertainty in our town and school employees. It has also led to difficult conversations, frustration, and even anger amongst us as we've gone through the process of understanding our options. Ultimately, the fiscal year 26 budget presents a stark choice. We can either vote to cut essential services and let go of between 25 to 30 employees, Article 5A, or essentially vote for what will be a tax increase, Article 5B. In going through the process of understanding these two options we face, through all the meetings attended, the presentations made, and ensuing debate, I stand alongside with my fellow Select Board members in unanimously recommending to this annual town meeting Article 5B, a $4.8 million increase in the budget, and for us, and for the $5.8 million override that's on the ballot March 22nd. So why do I support this? Because it is unequivocally the fiscally responsible path forward for two reasons. First, Article 5B, the recommended increase in police, fire, facilities, planning, and recreation allows the town to provide services that meets the needs of modern-day policing, improves the response time to emergencies, enables preventive maintenance practices, the opportunity to become more strategic in our approach, and finally provides a resource to effectively manage our beach lease. For our schools, it preserves essential staffing to meet the educational needs of our community, including universal kindergarten. Second, the override on the ballot provides a sustainable 5-year forecast. This stability gives us the opportunity as a community to engage in a meaningful conversation about actions we can take to address both sides of our fiscal equation, our revenue sources and the expenditures tied to the services we value and expect. As we approach this discussion and debating this critical decision, I want to recognize the town manager, the finance director, school administration, and all of the department heads. Together, they have worked tirelessly to present two budget scenarios, Article 5A and Article 5B, that reflect the best possible outcomes for our town under each option. This decision is not an easy one, but it is an important one. I urge you to thoughtfully consider the path forward and join me in supporting Article 5B and the override, ensuring Duxbury's future remains strong, sustainable, and aligned with the needs of our community. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. I'm Danielle Klingeman, Superintendent of Duxbury Public Schools, but today you can certainly call me Diane. Today I'm going to provide an update on the state of our schools briefly, as well as the potential impact of the two FY26 budget scenarios, 5A and 5B. Many of you have attended townwide budget forums and are familiar with Duxbury's FY26 financial situation. We have incredible students, and I know many of you are proud parents, grandparents, and Duxbury Public Schools graduates. I share that pride, and I'm honored to represent the school district. Thanks to funding we have received from the town over the past 3 fiscal years, we've reached recommended class sizes, appropriate caseloads for service providers, and ensured student access to instructional support. This year, we introduced a partially grant-funded new middle school math curriculum and are preparing to implement a K-5 reading program. Our special education department has been a focus area for improvement, and we now have dedicated staff available to support students, families, teachers, and our programs. While we're still recovering from the pandemic's impact, the last 2 years have been crucial for student progress, and the next few years will be just as important to continue to recoup pandemic learning loss and get our students back on track. Duxbury High School continues to shine thanks to our faculty, staff, and families. Our MCAS accountability rating is 96%. 75% of our students participate in co-curricular activities, and we are now offering enhanced post-graduation pathways to prepare our students for college, military, or career. We are an AP Gold level honor roll school with students earning AP Scholar and National Merit distinctions. Additionally, 40 students received the Seal of Biliteracy for high proficiency in another language. Now to review some highlights of the school department budget. Key drivers impacting the cost of education in 2025 include Massachusetts experiencing a perfect storm of fiscal challenges. Our federal funding for pandemic recovery has expired. Some major expenses have skyrocketed, particularly utilities, special education, out-of-district tuition costs, and transportation for our students with disabilities. These cost increases are mandatory and unregulated, and we have no control over them. Chapter 70, the largest source of state funding for Massachusetts public schools, has not increased at a rate that keeps pace with inflation, and Duxbury receives minimal aid. The Duxbury level funded, or 5A budget, presents significant challenges for the schools, which will have a significantly detrimental effect on our students overall. We risk losing 12 to 18 staff positions, including teachers, specialists, administrative, and support personnel. Due to reductions in the police department, our SROs will not be guaranteed, which will decrease our school safety. Universal full-day kindergarten will not be available, despite the importance for early literacy, numeracy, and social development. Class sizes will rise beyond appropriate levels, with fewer course offerings at the middle and high school levels. Students at all levels will have reduced access to interventionists, such as tutors and reading specialists. And school operations will be negatively impacted, as will our ability to be proactive rather than reactive. We will have increased fees, and reinstated kindergarten tuition will burden families who are already paying thousands of dollars for bus transportation, co-curriculars, athletics, and much more. Currently, our teachers' salaries are below market average, making recruitment and retention more difficult. With 5B, the override budget, it's not about adding staff for the school department. It includes a reduction of 5.8 positions. We always seek efficiencies, and we've already reduced 13.5 positions over FY25 and 26. With 5B, we can maintain full-day kindergarten, avoid losing 12 to 18 additional staff members, strengthen facilities and maintenance budgets, and ensure our teachers are compensated competitively. Schools today require strong infrastructure and support to meet modern demands. Teaching today and operating our schools have become much more complicated and difficult, which is why having a strong infrastructure of administrative support is required. The challenges of public education today are unprecedented. Schools today are vastly different than when many of us went to school, and school safety and security is paramount. Research consistently shows that strong administrative support is crucial for high-achieving schools, impacting teacher job satisfaction, retention, effective instruction, parent communication when issues arise, and ultimately, increased student learning outcomes. Our administrators work year-round on the planning and operations of the school department and spend many nights and weekends at town meetings and at every evening event their respective schools offer. To be clear, the 5B budget does 4 things. It maintains universal full-day kindergarten, provides a necessary increase in maintenance costs, reinstates the expense lines reduced in 5A, and allows for a Unit A market adjustment, which will get our Duxbury teachers' salary to average levels, which they most certainly deserve. School safety and security will be preserved. So look at those cute faces. Thank you for your time and for sharing your children and grandchildren with us. Strong schools drive economic growth, community cohesion, and civic engagement. Duxbury has long been a community that takes great pride in its public school system, dating all the way back to U.S. Congressman George Partridge, founder of Duxbury's first public school in 1855. Duxbury students are always at the center of our decisions and budget planning. Investing in our schools is an investment in this community's future. Thank you.
And Mr. Reed, if you'll.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
You sure you don't want to stand down here? Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for attending this year's annual town meeting. Certainly a day like we haven't seen in a while. I've asked Nancy to put the process slide up there so you can have an idea of how the whole process works while I offer my comments. For many years, the town of Duxbury has been able to provide remarkable high-quality services to our residents while carefully managing our expenses and meeting our fiduciary obligations. The town has developed and refined our financial management policies, and those principles have set forth the broad framework for overall fiscal planning and management of the town of Duxbury's resources for both our current and long-term activities. At last year's March annual town meeting, I explained that the revenues for our current FY25 budget environment were not keeping pace with the rising costs of maintaining our high-quality services, and that we were grappling with supply chain disruptions, labor shortages, and fluctuations in the prices of goods and services, all of which directly impacted our budget across all departments. Some aspects of the FY25 budget were funded in part through the use of ARPA federal funds that we knew would not be available to the town in the long term. As a result, the FY25 budget, the one we're in now, was extremely lean, and we knew that the preparation of the FY26 budget for this coming fiscal year would be especially challenging. To help address that situation, as Betsy mentioned, I created a sustainable budget task force to help identify and navigate those challenges collectively, which included their thorough review of our revenue maximization capabilities, as well as our service offerings and associated costs. The task force carefully outlined the key factors that have been contributing to Duxbury's perennial challenges in preparing a balanced budget. The net result was that there is no singular event that has caused this current fiscal situation, but rather a combination of varying reasons over the years. Those variables are carefully spelled out in the annual town meeting FY26 budget information handout, which is available here in the lobby. It was out back, and also on the town's website, so you can access it there as well. That document provides detailed information on the background for the development of the budget, the Sustainable Budget Task Force, the FY26 budget process, and why there are cuts in some departments and not others. Hopefully that information will help to answer your questions about the budget, what it all means, and what is being proposed. In addition to providing that information, contributors to social media outlets have recently made statements or asked additional questions, which are also deserving of a response. These are a few of the more frequently asked questions that we've seen. The override is the result of poor financial management. I think many here will recall that for several years I have expressed concern over what we saw as the inevitable need for an override. Because of the careful and professional management of the town's financial resources for many years, we have been able to prevent this situation for a remarkably lengthy period of time. But even with all of those efforts, we unfortunately have arrived at this moment. This override is not the result of a mismanagement of funds or some other nefarious reason. In fact, quite the opposite is true. The town of Duxbury has maintained a AAA bond rating for many years. We are audited on an annual basis by an independent third-party auditor. We have had sound financial policies in place for many years, which we review and refine on a regular basis. And in recognition of our practices and procedures, we have over 20 years of Government Finance Officers Association awards recognizing that accomplishment. Further, the town operates under strong financial oversight from the Select Board, the Finance Committee, the Fiscal Advisory Committee, myself as the town manager, the Finance Director, and our finance departments. The world has drastically changed in the last few years, and we are not unique in this situation. There are over 60 communities in Massachusetts facing overrides right now, and there were others who faced the same situation last year and the year before. Inflation, competitive labor markets, increased costs across the board have hit virtually every facet of our organization. Over the years, our departments have reduced their budget and made cuts that are no longer sustainable, while expenses like fuel, utilities, pension and healthcare costs, and labor costs continue to rise beyond 2.5%, and all the while unfunded mandates keep coming at us. This override is not about financial mismanagement. It's about providing a solution to keep our services sustainable. Another question we've seen: why continue to move forward with the new DPW construction project when we're facing an override? Deferring projects doesn't make the need disappear. It only makes the problem worse and more expensive to fix. The DPW facility, which had been in dire need of replacing for well over a decade, is a perfect example. 7 years ago, the town identified the growing need to replace the DPW facility, and in a proactive effort to address this issue, in 2019, the town sought support of an article and a ballot question to fund an engineering study with an estimated cost of $1.4 million for a new facility. That study contemplated a 38,000 square foot building with an estimated cost of $18.3 million. The article passed at the 2019 annual town meeting. However, the ballot question did not pass by a vote of 345 to 546. In 2022 and 2024, 2 new articles for a DPW were brought forward to the voters for their consideration at 2 separate town meetings and one with a ballot question. Those combined articles contemplated a new 32,000 square foot building with an estimated cost of $27.3 million. Both of the articles were approved at the 2 town meetings, and the associated ballot question also passed. While the net result was a well-designed, excellent project that will suit the town's needs for many years to come, it was done so at a cost. Specifically, the building will be 14% smaller and 50% more expensive to build. As we all know, storms will continue, potholes will be created, our fields and lawns will need to be mowed, and snow still needs to be plowed. Our DPW staff and equipment require a safe and functional work environment, and as such, we are continuing to move forward with the project. Another question we have heard, or comment: this override is going to force seniors out of their homes. This override is not pleasant, and it's going to affect everyone. No one wants to pay more in property taxes. Unfortunately, we're all facing increases in utilities, healthcare, groceries, repairs, college tuition, almost everything. Property taxes are one factor, but it seems as though they are the only factor that we all have some control over. As homeowners, we don't get to set the rates on anything else, just our property taxes. And yet those taxes are what provide the services that can affect us and our families greatly. They affect the roads we drive on, the schools we send our kids to each day, where we vote, and even where we relax with our friends. We know it's not an easy thing for us to ask, and it's not an easy choice for you to make. We don't want to see anyone forced out of their home. We encourage all seniors to investigate the exemption and deferral programs that are available through the assessor's office. They provide informational sessions and are available to help you determine if you qualify. Forgive me. Another comment we've heard is, if you knew this was coming, why didn't you do something about it? We did, and we continue to do so. The town has managed its finances by developing, refining, and following sound financial policies, as I said earlier, that have earned the town a AAA bond rating, which keeps our borrowing costs lower. In those years when our revenues are down, we have made cuts in a number of departments to both expenses and staffing by not backfilling vacant positions where we could in order to avoid layoffs or shutting them down. We have never chosen to spend beyond our means. In spite of all of those best efforts, those cuts can only go so far and last for a finite period of time. When the cost of providing services outpace revenue growth and the inflationary pressures on our fixed costs, such as insurance, retirement contributions, debt service, and utilities, continue to rise, we have to incur higher costs for everything we do, and we are required to make cuts to services and/or in staff in order to achieve a balanced budget. The override that we are contemplating today should have probably occurred at least 2 years ago. However, an unintended consequence of the COVID pandemic created a brief period in time that allowed us to forestall the inevitable. Through the use of federal ARPA funding, we were able to stave off potential deficits and optimize those funds to offset any other potential deficits. But even the best financial plans couldn't prevent us from the need for an override to maintain our current operations. Another comment. We live within our own budgets at home, so we expect the town to live within the 2.5 cap, period. We hear you, and we understand. The town has been able to live within the 2.5% cap for almost 40 years. We recognize that this is a difficult crossroads, but we need to understand that a town budget does not operate like our budgets at home. We are a service-oriented enterprise that provides services to both our residents and employees alike. We are subject to mandates. Public sector municipal governments don't have discretionary spending the way we might have at home. Here, we have to keep the lights on for safety. We can't force everyone to wear a sweater so that we can turn down the heat. In many instances, we can't even recover our costs for services because there is a state cap on what we can charge. We can't cut corners on our insurance or training and educating our staff. We have collective bargaining agreements to uphold. Unfortunately, sometimes we are forced to pay more than the average homeowner for similar services because of procurement, because we have to pay prevailing wage. And lastly, we don't control emergencies, but we must respond to them no matter the situation. We do all of this while recognizing that very few people want to sacrifice the high-quality services and amenities that we offer, such as the Council on Aging, schools, the library, the pool, the beach, the golf course, trails, and open space. We are seeing what difficult choices look like, and we need to continue to work together beyond just the FY26 budget. The proposed budget presented under Article 5B is designed with all of these factors in mind to help move the town forward financially for at least the next 5 years. Another comment, we need more revenues. Until that happens, cut expenses. Yes, we agree that the town does need more revenue, but we also know that we want to retain the character and the aesthetic of Duxbury. Some of the facts are clear. Out of the over 13,000 acres in town, the town owns 33% of it ourselves. And out of that over 13,000 acres, 42% of it is tax exempt. So the remaining 58% of town pays the bills. When there's only a 3% business base, that burden falls on us. In order to meaningfully address revenues, we're going to have to make some large-scale decisions. Do we want to allow short-term rentals and play to our waterfront strength? Do we want to give up the beach? Do we want to allow more businesses? Do we want to close the library and convert it into the Alden School replacement? Do we want to reduce the amount of the CPA funding? Though only rhetorical today, these are all questions that may be worthy of further discussion in the weeks and months ahead. Please note, these are not recommendations. They're simply ideas that have been brought forward to me. Other opinions. As many of you know, there's been no shortage of opinions or concerns expressed on social media over the past few weeks about this override. In fact, I'll bet some of you are texting about it right now. That's okay. Sometimes there have been rather pointed, unflattering comments offered toward one another, including members of our staff, which is certainly unfortunate. It's easy to offer criticism since the town does not typically respond on social media, particularly when polarizing voices go unchecked, stating opinions not always based in fact. I mention this only because I hope we will remember that we are a community. This issue of an override should not be pitting departments against one another, causing discord between friends and neighbors, or creating arguments or name-calling on social media or anywhere. But sadly, it seems to have done exactly that. I don't think that's something anyone wants to be proud of. This is an important decision that we should all talk about collectively and respect each other's viewpoint while doing so, just as we have done in the past. As a dear friend has often told me, we can disagree without being disagreeable. This is my dear friend. For today, let's commit ourselves to trying to follow that ideal. We'll all be better for it. In closing, we knew leading up to this moment that the FY26 budget would be an especially challenging year, and we were right. We clearly understand that there are voters who may not be in favor of having to reduce the budget as stated under Article 5A, but it is important to understand that a balanced budget must be presented to have our tax rates certified by the Department of Revenue. We also understand that requesting the funding required for an override, as stated in Article 5B, can present difficult and challenging decision for all of us, particularly when faced with the additional expenses that we must each consider personally. The decision on the override is now in our hands as voters. Finally, I want to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the department heads, all of whom are sitting in front of you, and their staff members for the work they've done to help with this challenging process, and I truly appreciate all their efforts. Also, I want to offer my sincerest thanks to our Finance Director, Mary McKinnon, who's only been over here just about a year and probably feels like she's been here for 25, as well as each of the members of the Sustainable Budget Task Force. That's Mary McKinnon, our Finance Director, Dr. Danielle Klingeman, our School Superintendent, Lisa Freely, the School Department Business Director, Betsy Sullivan, the Finance Committee Chair, Alex Chin from the Fiscal Advisory Committee, Laurel Deacon from the School Committee, and of course, Fernando from the Select Board. Finally, I encourage all of our residents to stay informed, be involved, attend meetings, listen, ask questions, and offer suggestions at any time. We look forward to today's conversation and thoughtful discussion, in spite of what you might think. Your voices matter. We want to hear from you, we encourage you and appreciate your participation, and we're all glad you came. Thank you.
So we're about to start. Before we start the motion, before we take a motion on Article 5, we have a number of people who are standing down here looking for seats, and my suggestion is, if you can move together, if you want to come on down and try to get some of the middle seats, that would be fine. We don't want to block the aisles, we don't want to block the doors, and so I think if people rearrange themselves, everyone could actually have a seat.
So I need to figure out who does that. Let me ask these.
I think
recess here? Are we taking a recess here?
We're watching people come in.
Okay.
All right, I guess we are now ready for Article 5 and a motion under 5A. A couple of comments before we start. We have people in both rooms. I guess I want to remind you that as you look at your clicker, if you're in the auditorium, you need a green, a yellow, or a white clicker. The blue ones won't work. If you're in the gymnasium, if you have a blue one, you're all set. If you have any of the other colors, your clicker won't work. Please come and exchange it. The fire department is a little concerned about the clutter we have at the doors, so I'm going to ask you to please find a seat either here or down in the auditorium, down in the gymnasium. And that having been said, we're about ready to take a motion under Article 5A. I would just mention, for those of you who haven't been here in some time, the way this will work is Mrs. Sullivan will go through the entire 5A operating budget as she goes through, and if you find a line item that you have a question about or you want to make a motion or an amendment, yell hold, let us hear you loud and clear. One of the problems we have up here in the front of the room is hearing people in the audience. Auditoriums and stages are set up so that you can hear us. We have a hard time hearing you, so please don't be shy. And then after we've gone through all the line items, we will then go back and address the holds. Does that make sense? I hope so. Mrs. Sullivan, may we have a motion under Article 5A?
All right, here we go. 5A, Motion 1, subject. What? Mic's not on? Okay. Can you hear me better now? There we go. Thank you. Operating budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $92,215,239 as the general fund operating budget of the town, as printed in the warrant in lines 1 through 93 of Article 5A, for the purposes and in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $91,134,589, transfer the sum of $200,000 from pension reserve fund, transfer the sum of $12,851 from sale of real estate fund, transfer the sum of $114,331 from waterways improvement fund, transfer the sum of $288,000 from PEG access fund, transfer the sum of $14,650 from seawall betterment reserve, transfer the sum of $142,043 from water enterprise fund reserve. Fund revenue, sorry. Transfer the sum of $49,028 from rock enterprise fund revenue, and transfer the sum of $259,747 from fund balance reserve for bond premium, totaling $92,215,239. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. This was recommended by the Select Board 410 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 900 to recommend.
Second.
I'm now going to read the 93 lines. Bear with me, and we will get there. If there's something that you want held, please speak to it and make sure that I have heard you. Okay. Town Meeting, Department 113, line 1, expenses, $2,500. Line 2, Moderator, Department 114, salaries, $40. Select Board Manager, Department 122, line 3, salaries, $275,778. Line 4, expenses, $14,410. Historical Commission, line 120, Department 129, line 5, expenses, $1,000. Finance Committee, Department 131, line 6, salaries, $3,825. Line 7, expenses, $220. Department 135, Accounting, line 8, salaries, $336,006. Line 9, expenses, $12,965. Audit, Department 136, line 10, expenses, $55,000. Assessors, Department 141, line 11, salaries, $248,855. Line 12, expenses, $39,275. Department 145, Treasurer Collector, line 13, salaries, $318,301. Line 14, expenses, $130,810. Legal Services, excuse me, Department 151, line 15, expenses, $200,650. Department 152, Human Resources, line 16, salaries.
We got that, thank you.
Thank you. $246,307. Line 17, expenses, $45,710. Department 155, Information Systems, line 18, salaries, $291,504. Line 19, expenses, $609,000. $609,000. I know, I can't even talk anymore. Department 156, Public Television Access Services, line 20, expenses, $288,000. Department 158, Tax Title, line 21, expenses, $9,000. Town Clerk, Department 161, line 22, salaries, $201,131. Line 23, expenses, $42,895. Department 171, Conservation Commission, line 24, salaries, $143,951. Line 25, expenses, $15,456. Department 175, Planning Board, Line 26, salaries, $154,973. Line 27, expenses, $13,320. Department 197, facilities management, line 28, salaries, $295,780. Line 29, expenses, $501,870. Public safety, police, Department 210, line 30, salaries, $4,093,943. Line 31, expenses, $370,492. Department 220, fire, line 32, salaries, $3,837,521. Line 33, expenses, $452,525.
Mrs. Sullivan, could I interrupt you for just a second? Did somebody try to place a hold on the police salaries?
I'm so sorry.
Well, it was a little hard to hear. So if you did, could you speak up? I'm sorry. A hold on police and fire salaries. Thank you.
So just to reiterate, line 30, salaries, hold. And line 32, salaries for the fire department, Department 220, hold. Thank you. I'm so sorry, I did not hear you. Department 241, municipal services, line 34, salaries, $662,286. Line 35, expenses, $34,365. Department 295, harbor coastal management, line 36, salaries, $298,997. Line 37, expenses, $51,700. Department 299, regional dispatch, line 38, assessment, $600,000. Public Works, Central Building Services, Department 192, line 39, salaries, $57,768. Line 40, expenses, $168,775. Department 194, Tarkillan Community Center, line 41, expenses, $6,350. Department 292, Animal Control, line 42, salaries, $100,046. Line 43, expenses, $7,710. Department 294, Lands and Natural Resources, line 44, salaries, $483,924. Line 45, expenses, $56,100. Department 418, Central Fuel Depot, line 46, expenses, $280,000. Department 419, DPW Administration, line 47, salaries, $277,145. Line 48, expenses, $92,150. Department 421, vehicle maintenance, line 49, salaries, $133,903. Line 50, expenses, $191,000. Department 422, Highway Road Maintenance. Well, why don't we wait till we get to the line, if that's okay? Unless, line 51, salaries, hold, 463,760. Line 52, expenses, 95,150. I have not heard a hold. Okay? Department 423, snow and ice. Line 53, salaries, $63,750. Line 54, expenses, $141,800. Department 424, streetlights. Line 55, expenses, $21,750. Department 431, transfer station. Line 56, salaries, $279,491. Line 57, expenses, $774,450. Department 440, sewer. Line 58, salaries. I don't think anybody's going to object to zero. Line 59, expenses, $385,980. Department 491, cemetery. Line 60, salaries, $494,903. Line 61, expenses, $297,250. Human Services, Council on Aging, Department 541, line 62, salaries, $670,929. Line 63, expenses, $177,369. Department 543, Veterans Services. Line 64, salaries, $58,450. Line 65, expenses, $98,715. Library and Recreation, Department 610, Library, line 66, salaries, $1,107,739. Line 67, expenses, $377,764. Is that somebody's, is that all right? Okay. Department 630, Recreation, line 68, salaries, $264,248. Line 69, expenses, $6,670. Okay. Department 631, Percy Walker Pool, line 70, salaries, $254,682. Line 71, expenses, $173,193. Department 632, North Hill Golf Course, line 72, expenses, $1,500. Excuse me. Department 633, Beach Lifeguards, line 73, salaries, $44,064. Line 74, expenses, $4,050. Department 634, Beach Operations, line 75, salaries, $343,249. Line 76, expenses, $81,841. Department 692, celebration. Pardon me? Yeah, oh. Line 77, 0. Schools, Duxbury Schools operating budget, line 79, salaries, $36,524,421. Line 80, expenses, $7,807,186.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
did.
did.
I'm sorry, I did hear it. I should have acknowledged it. Okay. Employee benefits, Department 916, line 81, Medicare, $811,654. Line 82, Department 915, life insurance, $11,500. Line 83, Department 914, employee and retiree health insurance, $8,714,830. Line, just a whistle, no hold, right? Okay. 84, all right. Line 84, 911 contributory pensions, $6,539,333. Department 909, non-contributory pensions, line 85, 0. Line 86, Department 945, workers' comp, $287,147. Line 87, same department, unemployment, $550,000. Okay, I'm not clear what was just said. Hold.
We have a hold now.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Department 945, fire liability insurance, line 88, $844,782. Line 89, Department 132, reserve fund, $150,000. Debt service, town and school, Department 710, principal payments, line 90, $4,180,000. For Department 451, interest on bonded debt, line 91, $1,490,925.
Did you say 751?
I said 751.
Okay, good.
Hold on, what?
90.
90, the principal payments?
90?
Yes.
If you're going to hold, maybe if you stood up, it would help. I don't expect that you're good. Thanks, Suze. Okay. All right. Thank you. And we're all set on line 91, correct?
Yes.
All right. Line 92, Department 452, interest on temporary notes.
752.
752. You know, I'm just confused.
No,
752. Oh, I don't get to be confused yet. All right, fine. Hold on confused. Interest on temporary notes, $855,482. Line 93, Department 753, bond expense, $10,000. Okay, we're getting there. That's it.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
John, how would you like to proceed?
7 holes.
So let's look at,
First hole.
The first hold that I have listed is Department 152, Human Resources, line 16.
And did you place that hold? That was somebody else.
First one was human resources.
However, I'm going to ask you to speak. You were kind enough to identify yourself before the meeting that you had some holds that you wanted to place, and we had a chance to look at them.
Okay.
Perhaps you could describe.
Colleen
ahead.
Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I wanted to thank all of you up front for your hard work and all the time you've devoted to this. And it's already been stated, but I want to remind people they should get involved, fill out a volunteer form. We're going to have a new moderator. They appoint a number of committees, including the Finance and Fiscal Advisory Committee. And from my past experience, a very eye-opening and rewarding one. And let's give some of these people a break. They may have been doing this for years, and it always helps to have new blood join a committee.
Excuse me for a second. I don't mean to interrupt you. Can everybody hear her and understand? Yes?
Sorry, am I talking
No.
too fast?
Yes, you can. Okay, it's just me.
No?
Go
Is it
ahead.
just me?
Thank you.
So again, I urge everyone to fill out a form, and if you do fill out a form and you change your mind when the moderator calls, you can always say no. It's nice to live in such a beautiful town where everyone takes care of their property and so many volunteer their time, and we have friends groups that support our various services in town, and it makes us sometimes forget that we are all in different financial positions. This may be the year the kids start going to college, or the year you retire, move to a fixed income, or the year you're throwing a wedding or bat mitzvah. Maybe you just moved into town and stretched things a little as you start out. Maybe somebody passed away, or you're putting an addition on your home. We are all in different stages of life with various assets and bank accounts. We also don't know how many people in town have been affected or will be by the new federal layoffs, funding cuts, or tariffs, not to mention the inflation. I'd like to mention, instead of trying to create new senior tax relief programs, maybe we get rid of the electronic voting and start using that as tax work-off. There's been a lot of talk about fees. We all have paid for them and continue to pay for them. I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's just a fact. And it's cheaper for us to each pay our own fees, especially our children's during prime earning years, than pay for everyone's the rest of our lives, especially when you're on a fixed income. Finally, no fee covers the full cost of the activity, including full-day kindergarten. We are all already subsidizing the programs, and there are discounts available for those who need them. No one is left out. Fees are the way of the world now, and that's why we have so many revolving funds. We taxpayers cover base amount, but then those who choose to use these services pay the fee, like the pool, senior center, schools, clamming license, burn permit, beach parking sticker, and transfer station. I understand we want to help our town employees. Many of them are residents, which is what we want, and what we don't want is to be pricing them out of town. I also understand our town employees want to do the best job possible and have the best tools available. But like the private sector, in tough times, we need to bite the bullet and make things work without the optimum tools and materials. I know our town employees ask for what they need to do the best job possible, but sometimes okay is good enough. Another issue is our outstanding obligations, specifically OPEB. When I was a member of the Town Finance Committee, we decided we needed some financial standards and began drafting them. We need to make sure we can fulfill the promises we have already made to our employees by properly funding OPEB. We have a $52 million deficit, and we've been contributing a mere $300,000 a year. How can we move forward hiring additional people when we can't take care of our obligations to past employees and those we currently employ? The town government's number one job is public safety. That includes fire, police, public works, and the harbor master. We need to make sure any budget we pass today sufficiently funds these departments, even if it is at the cost of other activities or government efficiencies. How did we get here? We've heard from the town officials. I would like to add changing how we vote on the budget. We used to go through line by line and vote, and now we hear from each of the department heads to help us understand why they need certain budget items. And now we bundle it, asking people to put a hold if they have a question. This deters questions asked because it's really awkward to stop the meeting to ask, especially a simple question. And I understand, having been on the Finance Committee, all you people up front are saturated with this information, having spent hours over months. Excuse me? I asked John to talk as an opposition, and this is how he told me to do it. I understand, having served on the Finance Committee, like I said, you're saturated, but it's too important for us to rush through. The employees, it's part of your job to explain to us your department wants and needs, and committees, it's part of your job to explain why you support or object to a particular budget, and why we should too. We need to go back to the line-by-line vote so people feel comfortable asking questions. And please, if there are any minority votes on your committees, please have someone speak to their vote. I'm not going to talk specifically about the school budget because they can do what they want once we give them the money. They have more flexibility to make adjustments where the town must ask for approval to move funds between departments and between salaries and expenses. I'm not going to say I'm disappointed with this budget because without being in those meetings, I can't know everything you guys know. But I will say that what I would have done it differently. We need to pass a budget that protects us, not the one that forces people to vote for the override in fear of their personal safety. So I've given amendments to the town clerk. Do you want me to read that now, or how do you want me to handle that?
So, Mrs. Breyer was one of the people who placed holds. She placed holds on line item 32, 30, and 51. And previously, she's made it known to us that she intends to make a motion that would rearrange the budget 5A. And I'll let her make the motion. I can tell you that the motion I'm expecting to hear is legal, and we will accept it, and it is balanced. It moves money from one line item and to one line item and takes it from another line item. You'll be asked to vote on that as an amendment to the budget.
Okay,
so
okay.
Please go ahead and make your amendment.
I move that we restore one firefighter at $113,000. That's line 32, number 220, under salaries. I move we move a second firefighter at $113,000, line 32, number Department 220, salaries. We restore a patrol officer, $77,082, line 30, Department 210, salaries. Another patrol officer, $77,082, line 30, Department 210, salaries. And a DPW equipment operator at $50,752, line 51, Department 422, salaries. And we reduce the school budget by the $430,916. And just so we all know, the school does receive 60% of our budget, and they do have an additional $4 million in their other funds available to them. Thank you. Am I done?
Well, whether it's 44 or 62.
Shared costs.
If I could.
Yes.
We're dealing with an amendment to the,
Yes.
to the budget.
Sorry.
And the amendment is to move from the salary account, line 32, $113,000.
Move into.
Please?
Move into that.
Oh, I'm sorry, move into
Yes.
line 32, $113,000, and another $113,000 for a total of $226,000. Move into line 30. I can't do the math as I'm talking to you, but it's $77,082 twice.
Yes.
Okay. And then to line item 51, $50,752. And then finally, reduce the school operating budget by $430,916. And the mathematics work, and what you are adding to is coming from that deduction.
Correct.
Is
Thank you.
Is everybody clear on what you're going to be asked to vote on? What is, please, use the,
Sorry, can folks hear me? Good, okay, great. All of these items, because I'm recording with Nat, all of these items coming from the school into reinstating into the fire and to the police?
And the
And
DPW.
that would- and DPW, and that was
Correct.
the source of funding. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
so we have a motion to rearrange the budget, if you will. Let's get is there a second to it? We have-
People,
Wait a second. Please, do we have a second? We have a second. Your question.
people cannot hear in the gym, which is, it's a lot of people with unregistered voters, aka minors, and they can't hear because it's kind of loud. So can someone check to make sure that the audio is turned up all the way in the gym for people who want to be able to hear? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have somebody responding to your request. Are there any questions or discussions on the amendment that's now before you? All right. Gentlemen on the second row on the top.
Yes, Colin White, Indian Trail. We already know with the budget 5A that there's going to be a significant decrease in positions with the school department, 13 to 17, if I recall. Can we just have some clarification from the school department or others on what this amendment would then impact on that? How many additional positions or what other cuts in services in the schools that would cause?
Yep.
I suspect Dr. Klingman is standing up here to give that kind of information.
Yes, so as I had shared we are already eliminating 5.8 positions, so we would lose another 12 to 18 positions, so we would be at a loss of 24 positions if 5B doesn't pass. If there's an additional 400 and something thousand reduced from the school department budget, that would have to be an additional, I would say, probably, we would be looking at another 10 positions to be cut. And to be really clear, in our level funded budget, that does not include full-day kindergarten at this time, and so we would already be asking our families to reinstate full-day kindergarten tuition. So that would further reduce our teaching staff, administrative staff, support staff, at which we have already trimmed as much as we can with our real needs, and so we would be looking at increased class size, significantly increased class size. We would be looking at significantly reduced services at the secondary level for students, and when they're trying to pick their classes, they would be very unlikely to be able to get their first or second choice in course selection. We'd be looking at teacher and administrator cuts pre-K through 12. So it would be devastating. The level funded budget is already devastating. And so that's certainly not recommended. And I just want to say that when we develop these budgets, we work closely with all of the town department heads, and I would never suggest that I would like to increase the school budget at the expense of another department's budget. We've been working on this for months. I'll just stay here in case any other questions need to be answered. Do you want me to stay up here in case any other school-related impacts come up?
Do you think it's possible somebody will have a question?
What's that?
I'm being facetious, I asked. The woman on my left in the second deck.
I was coming up for the hold that I placed, not about this, but since we're talking about the school budget, so it's my understanding, so I'm just kind of curious about enrollment. What enrollment was in 2020 versus 2025, and then if we look towards 2030, what are the projections? Because I'll just preface it by saying, so I've gone to a lot of the presentations that were put on, and they were very informative. I was surprised to find out that enrollment had dropped so significantly within our school system. So as a simple taxpayer, without a student in the system, I'm trying to understand the extraordinary rising costs in the budget. How do I come to terms with that? With falling enrollment, rising costs? And what does the outlook look going forward?
Okay. So I have shared, I don't have our enrollment numbers. I have them over there in a folder. I'm not going to go dig out papers to be able to tell you exact numbers, but we have had a declining enrollment for the past few years. We're currently graduating out the last of a few larger classes. We've had classes from 230 students to 250 students, 275 students, and we're starting to see our class size steadily remain anywhere from 190 to 220 students. So we have generally 200 students per grade. We see projections in the next 5 to 10 years through different organizations that do enrollment projections due to birth information that we have. So we have a steady enrollment. This year's kindergarten class has 200 students in the students that are currently in kindergarten this year. And so when we talk about operational efficiencies, and when I stand before you and tell you that with the 5B override budget, we're still reducing 5.8 positions, and that we've reduced 13.5 positions over the past 2 years, that is how we respond to a declining enrollment. And so, as you all know, the cost of operating schools in 2025 doesn't decrease, just like our bills don't at home. I don't think I'll ever be able to attend a town meeting and say that we don't need an increase in our budget from one year to the next, due to those fixed costs that we don't have control over. There's any superintendent across the Commonwealth would be saying the same thing to taxpayers, that special education out-of-district tuitions, special education transportation costs, salaries have risen, and we've seen many teacher strikes across the Commonwealth. And we need to make sure that we remain honest and open with our community about our salary needs, because it doesn't do us any good behind closed doors to negotiate salaries when we know we're underpaying our teachers, to not be able to have the community understand that we don't want to pay our teachers an average rate, and we then would cause there to be reductions in our teaching staff of 20 or 30 positions, and just to be able to pay our teachers the adequate average rate that we're asking. And so we have a lot of fixed costs, and so the cost increases do go up.
Dr. Klingman, could I ask you to wrap that up? I think
Yep.
you've answered the
Wrap
question
it up.
about enrollment.
Thank you.
The woman behind you, is she looking to speak? No. Okay. Gentleman over here on my right.
Me? Yeah, hi, thanks. I think I'm just trying to clarify the whole voting process. I'm a bit new to this, so maybe I don't quite understand it, but are we voting for 5A versus 5B, or
No.
is 5A plus 5B?
That's correct. 5A, when we finish, will be a budget that stands alone all by itself. It will be the budget that the town has voted. We go to 5B, and 5B is written up to supplement what is in 5A, contingent on an override passing. So 5A will be the budget that we have.
Yep.
5B will be things that will be added, amounts that will be added to the 5A budget if the override passes.
Great. And if we amend 5A and then add 5B onto it, it would be on top of the amended budget?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
And excuse me, I do need your name and address for the record.
That was Lawrence Coffin at Chandler Mill Drive.
I lost track of who was in line first.
I was definitely last.
You were deputy, okay. The woman who's, are you people waiting to speak? No, okay. You went from last to first.
God, such is life. Mark McDevitt, Chestnut Street. Question on existing revolving funds at the school. So that we don't get in another mess like we did with the tuition for kindergarten. I looked at a couple of years' history of revolving funds in the school, and there were a couple that looked like they were tuition-based, but hadn't had any expenditures taken from them for those couple of years. And I'm wondering if there are other uses for the funds in those revolving funds, such as moving them into the budget.
Lisa, do you want to take this one? We can't spend revolving funds on other expenses, so we aren't able to take revolving account for preschool tuition and move that into the operating budget, but I'll let our Director of Business and Finance answer that.
Hi. So we have tuition accounts for kindergarten, preschool, and some special education services, and we do build into our budget offsets to all of those accounts. So this year we offset against the kindergarten revolving fund. We also offset against the preschool tuition revolving fund, and we also offset against the special education fund. We do generally salaries, sometimes expenses as well.
Okay, so just to clarify, when I get a spreadsheet of activity, I will actually see offsets through
Yes.
it via expenses for those, because like I said, the couple of years I looked at had
Yes.
none. So,
Yes, we
okay.
publish that as part of our exhibits in our budget.
Okay, thanks. That was about $500,000, so I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So I think we're ready for a vote, and I think pretty clearly the issue, what's before you is to rearrange the budget that Mrs. Sullivan presented and move money from the school department to the fire and police department and actually the DPW as well. So I'm going to call for a vote now. If you're in favor of making that change, press. We're voting on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. We will later vote on the main motion, on the article. So but we still have some other holds to deal with as well. So all those in favor of moving the money from the schools to public safety, press 1 for yes. If you want to leave the budget the way it is, don't want to move the money, press 2 for no. And voting is closed. The motion fails 156, if I could, to 691, 156 to 691. So we had some other holds to deal with. Number 16, Human Resources. I don't know who placed the hold.
52, line 16, Human Resources salaries.
Yes.
Hi, Sue Schofield, James Road again. So I'm just trying to understand human resources. I think there's been a lot of discussion about that. Back in the day, was it in 2018 that we went from a personnel board to a human resources department? Rini, if you could answer that question first, that would be great.
Sue, I'm so glad you came and asked that because I have been waiting for somebody to ask me that. Honest to God. And the answer is actually found on our website. The Personnel Board disbanded per the passage of the 2018 Annual Town Meeting Article 28, in which we amended the bylaws, and it passed unanimously. And the motion was to move to amend the bylaws to delete the words Personnel Board in its entirety and to substitute in place thereof a reserve section. The board, at that time, the Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to recommend it, and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to direct it. In addition, the Personnel Board voted unanimously to remove it. And so the Town of Duxbury, and the explanation was in the warrant, the Town of Duxbury employs a full-time Human Resources Director and Human Resources Department. This is an area that has required in-house professionalization due to its increasing complexity. The Personnel Board currently serves in an advisory capacity and is a vestige of governance prior to the creation of the town manager position. The Government Study Committee recommends that the Personnel Board be disbanded, and that was proposed by them, and it passed.
Thank you. So at that point, I believe you were asked, would there be additional expenses incurred by the town now that that change was made? I believe you were asked that question, and I could be wrong, and I don't want to speak out of school.
No, you're right. You're right, yep.
And were we told that we would not incur any additional expenses at that time?
No, because in 2019, we went to the Finance Committee and said, okay, Finance Committee, there is a need for additional staffing in the HR department, because the Personnel Board did not provide HR support. It was only the staff that could. And so what we did is, over the course of 3 years, went to the Finance Committee and said, listen, how do we make this work? And what we did was we found a time when it would be position neutral, meaning we had 2 vacancies occur so that we could slide in a new position so that it would be sort of expense neutral, if you will. And what that did was allow us to get us closer to the national ratio for HR employees from HR staff to HR employees. We're still below the national standard, but we got ourselves that much closer and are able to do a heck of a lot more because of it.
All right, I've seen a lot of increases in that department, and, there was a chart going around showing what we were paying compared to like Plymouth. We always do these comparatives with other towns, and I would say that we're a much smaller town, a lot fewer employees, and I would think it's not as much heavy lifting. So I'm just trying to, again, come to terms with that and understand why our expenses are so high.
Let me offer this.
Thank you.
The reason that you see a salary difference, first of all, with the HR director in Plymouth versus the HR director in Duxbury, is the director in Plymouth has been there 1 year, while our HR director has been here for 16. So there's going to be a dramatic difference in cost because of time in the position. So that's to be expected. Also, our demands are very different than they are in Plymouth. We are a self-insured community, whereas Plymouth is not. They're part of the GIC. So because of that, we offer a whole host of benefits to over 700 employees here that we have to manage on a daily basis. So we take care of everything. They handle our workman's comp claims. They do all of our labor relations, in addition to the insurance and anything else that you can imagine under the roof of HR.
Okay, I'm just looking for ways. Admin.
Yep.
Seems like administrators, their salaries are so high compared to the nice gentleman who's out there pushing the broom, who's just as important to this town. And I think that's what we're all here doing today, trying to figure out how do we balance it out. But thank you for your explanation.
Sue, as I told you before the meeting started, you and I might not be on the same page, but we're certainly in the same book, and I agree with you, so I understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. In my notes, we have 2 other holds. One was for unemployment, line 87. If there is no question,
John, did you want to go sequentially, or did you want to stick with, because we had holds on police and fire?
That was Colleen's.
that was
Was
Paul-
that, so that's been satisfied?
That was Colleen's.
Okay.
That was
So-
Colleen's. The school was Colleen's, and we also dealt with
And the highway road
Highway
maintenance?
Department, DPW.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I believe we now are on line item 87, unemployment. Is there someone who has a question on that?
Not 87.
Not 87, okay. Line item 90, I have a hold on, which is principal payments.
Right, so again, Sue Schofield, James Road. So I'm just curious which debts we're still servicing. Is this building paid off? Which of the schools are paid off? And which buildings if that's what this is about, and I could be wrong, but if that's what it's about, I'm just curious where we are.
All right, I'm going to ask our finance director, Mary McKinnon, to talk to you about debt service.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the question, Sue. The answer is our debt model, this debt service payment that you are looking at here and contemplating does include the debt service for the middle school, high school complex. We will be paying that debt off in 2038.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
Was there a question on line 87, the 550 on
Unemployment?
unemployment?
Nobody has come forward, Betsy.
Nothing? Okay, great. Thank you.
All right,
John?
so I think we're ready for a vote.
Yes, we are.
All those in favor of the motion 1 of Article 5A, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. We're voting on 5A. Voting on 5A, motion number 1. And voting is closed. Motion passes 792 to 72. Right. We have two more motions under Article 5A. One is for the ROC and the other is for the Water Enterprise Fund. That is because those two entities are somewhat different. They're not part of the town's regular budget. Mrs. Sullivan, if you could please make a motion.
Article 5A, Motion 2, ROC operating budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $4,673,369 from the ROC Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and further, that $49,028 be raised from ROC Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the ROC Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5A, Motion 1, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Do I have a second?
I'm going to, line 94 for Department 299, Regional Dispatch, salaries, $3,202,296. Line 95, expenses, $1,520,101.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of motion 2, the ROC budget, please press 1. Opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion passes 685 to 105. Motion number 3, Mrs. Sullivan.
Motion 3, subject Water Enterprise Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $3,382,240 from the Water Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amount specified below, and further, that $142,043 be raised from Water Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Water Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5A, Motion 1. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Operating budget water, Department 450, line 96, salaries, $1,120,443. Line 97, expenses, $1,933,264. Line 98, 710, principal payments, $392,561. Line 99, 700, Department 751, interest on bonded debt, $67,566. Line 100, Department 752, interest on temporary notes, 0. Line 101, Department 753, bond expense, $10,449.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Are there any questions? On my right,
Hi, I'm Karen Wong, Meeting House Road. I just got a text from somebody in the gym for the moderator. Mr. Moderator, before each vote, can you reiterate what we're voting on? It's unclear sometimes. Thank you.
I will do my best. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I will call for a vote on Motion 3 of Article 5A. This is a vote for the budget for the Water Enterprise Fund. If you're in favor of it, press 1. If you're opposed, press 2. Voting is now closed. Motion passes 722 to 87. We now have a budget in the town of Duxbury for 2026. Please, I thank you, because it would have been really messy come the new fiscal year to not have one. We're now on to Article 5B. It's called the contingency budget. Our town manager will speak, our other town manager will now speak to that. But very quickly, the budget that you just voted is not changing in what you do in Article 5, in Article 5B. What you'd be doing in Article 5B, if you so choose, is to increase the spending in various line items. And in fact, you see some suggestions that are coming forward to you in that budget. It is all going to be contingent on the override vote. So if you vote yes here and yes at the ballot box, it will happen. If you vote yes here and no at the ballot box, you won't be adjusting the budget. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. I had prepared a number of handouts, probably only around 300, so I don't know if everybody got one. But what it is it's a little two-page sheet that says Article B, Contingency Budget, Fiscal Year FY26. And what that does is it breaks down into columnar form the cost to restore any of the RIFs that were contemplated, the cost of new positions, other expenses, and the total amount for each line of the Article 5B contingent budget. Once Betsy has run through the list of line items, we'll put this up on the screen so that you can see it. One thing I do want to draw your attention to, once you see that up on the screen, there is one typographical error in the handout, but not in the warrant. So if you folks want to write this down, just so you know when you see it come up, on line 47 under DPW Administration, the number in the warrant under salaries at $78,111 is correct. But when you see it go up here, you're going to see it go up, you're going to see a number appear under the other expenses. It's going to be $7,500, but that number should actually be $15,011. And the contingency total line should be just as it is in the warrant at $78,111. In the little handout, it's actually at $70,600. So that's the only typographical error, and I apologize for that. But when we get to line 47, if you guys forget, it's okay. Just, we'll be happy to re-explain that. So that's where we are. I think you all know the variables. I'm glad you're here. We're happy to ask questions. We're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Article 5B, subject, contingency budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $4,783,502 to supplement the annual town budget adopted under Article 5A of this warrant, lines 1 through 93, for the purposes and the amount specified below in the FY26 contingency budget, and to meet this appropriation, raise and appropriate $4,783,502. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager, contingent upon passage of a Proposition 2.5 ballot question under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CG. Recommendation, Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee both voted unanimously to support Article 5B.
Second.
And as we did in 5A, I will go through each line. If you have any questions on one of those lines, please yell out hold, and we'll make a note of it, and then we'll circle back after we've read all the line items. Department 113, Town Meeting, line 1, expenses, $300. Department 122, Selectman/Manager, salaries, line 3, $51,227. Line 4, expenses, $50,000. Department 135, accounting, line 8, salaries, $69,700. Line 9, expenses, $6,790. Department 141, assessors, line 11, salaries, $26,556. Line 12, expenses, $855. Department 145, treasurer/collector, line 13, salaries, $10,000. Department 151, legal services, line 15, expenses, $5,750. Department 152, human resources, line 17, expenses, $5,615. Department 175, planning board, line 26, salaries, $93,698. Hold. Department 197, facilities management, Line 28, salaries, $150,129. Hold. Line 29, expenses, $162,250. Is there a hold on that? No. Okay, thank you. Department 210, police, line 30, salaries, $373,295. There's a hold. Line 31, expenses, $11,500. Department 220, fire, line 32, salaries, $651,964. Hold. Line 33, expenses, $7,000. Department 241, municipal services, line 34, salaries, $32,492. Line 35, expenses, $100. Department 295, harbor master / coastal management, salaries, line 36, $200. Line 37, expenses, $1,275. Department 192, central building services, line 40, expenses, $11,200. Department 194, Tar Kiln Community Center, line 41, expenses, $575. Department 292, Animal Control, salary, line 42, $335. Line 43, expenses, $1,250. Department 294, Lands and Natural Resources, line 44, salaries, $62,962. Line 45, expenses, $26,470. Department 419, DPW Administration, line 47, salaries, $78,111. Line 48, expenses, $13,550. Department 421, vehicle maintenance, line 49, salaries, $62,784. Line 50, expenses, $1,500. Department 422, highway road maintenance, line 51, salaries, $101,504. Line 52, expenses, $27,600. Department 431, transfer station, line 56, salaries, $3,435. Line 57, expenses, $25,900. Department 440, sewer, line 59, expenses, $26,500. Department 491, cemetery, line 60, salaries, $19,600. Line 61, expenses, $22,050. Department 541, council on aging, line 62, salaries, $17,000. Hold. Line 63, expenses, $21,500. Department 610, library, line 66, salaries, $95,064. Hold. Department 631, Percy Walker Pool, line 70, salaries, $12,246. Department 633, beach lifeguards, salary, line 73, $5,616. Line 74, expenses, $2,000. Department 634, beach operations, line 75, salaries, $119,919. Hold. Line 76, expenses, $4,550. Line 692, celebrations, line 77, expenses, $25,000. Department 300, Duxbury Schools Operating Budget, line 79, salaries, $1,995,415. Hold. Line 80, expenses, $604,000. Department 914, Employee and Retiree Health Insurance, line 83, it is a negative $14,830. Line 87, Department 945, Unemployment Compensation, it is a negative $550,000. Line 89, Department 132, Reserve Fund, $50,000. Line 91, Department 751, Interest on Bonded Debt, $200,000. And last is unused levy capacity in 1 year, 1 million.
Year one.
What? Year one.
We don't appropriate.
We don't appropriate that, all right? So we're stopping where we stopped with a total of $4,783,502. And we have holds on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You go back to the first hold was on line 26, Planning Board salaries.
And if I could, before you start, we will handle these holds differently than we did in Article 5A. In 5A, we had debits and credits, if you will. We were offsetting cuts by revenues so that it came out to zero. We appreciate that because levy limit was a concern. In this case, we're talking about adding money to what you've already voted for, and it is not, we're not looking for savings to come up with the money, so therefore we'll take a vote on each and every one of these holds, one at a time. Please.
Okay. Colleen Bird, Toby Garden Street. Hello again. So my understanding is that no matter what budget we pass now, whether we do the full budget that you have right now, or we lower that budget, if the override passes at the ballot box, we will have increased our debt ceiling allowance. And next year, our budget can increase the total 7% just during regular town meeting, and we don't have to worry about an override ballot. Correct?
John, I didn't understand the question.
So, no matter what we do on this vote for this budget, if at the ballot box the override passes, next year we will be able to vote freely all the way up to the 7% increase that the override at the ballot box has allowed us to do.
The answer to that is yes. But
Okay.
Let me elaborate for a moment.
I don't think your microphone's on.
Testing.
There we go.
The short answer to your question is yes. Whatever appropriation is contemplated and approved here under Article 5B, that is the appropriation the town meeting is approving. If that appropriation passes at the ballot box, then the levy will only increase up to what is passed here today for FY26.
Mm-hmm.
In subsequent years, the town does have access to the full $5.8 million increase in the levy. But again, town meeting is the controlling body to determine how much of that is appropriated through our budget.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I feel we should be trying to do a level service budget at this point, not add everything that we really want to have, because again, we're still not sure what the economic indicators are going to be, inflation. So if the override passes at the ballot box, we can always come back at special town meeting and ask for more money, or at next year's town meeting. So I think at this year's town meeting, we should try to keep it a level service budget. And so that would be not adding all of those new requested employees. So that, I have an amendment, and you want to do it one by one, so.
Please.
So my amendment is to amend the 5B contingency budget plan by removing line 26, Department 170 side, Planning Board salaries, decrease it by $90,598, which again will be eliminating the new employee only. Thank you.
That's the motion. Do I have a second? Second. That's an amendment to the motion for the entire budget. Does anybody want to speak to that or have questions? Hearing, Mr. Reed, did you have a comment?
Just so I'm certain of the number, Colleen, I think you're referring to the sheet, the little handout I had provided.
Yes, I did.
Yep,
So I don't know if there's a typo or not.
It worked. So the reduction would be $90,598 to the planning board salary line. The purpose of the addition or the inclusion of this position was to add a full-time position for an assistant planning director / environmental planner, and to also include mileage for the new position. This is something that was asked of us by the Coastal Resiliency Task Force for the last 2.5 to 3 years. The objective of the Article 5B wasn't for level services, because that's what we've been doing for the past few years. What this is a contingency budget to be able to bring us forward for at least the next 5. So we know the need is there, it's been expressed. And so what we're doing with all of the lines that are in here is trying to move us forward over the course of the next 5 years to be able to plan for the things that we think that we're going to need in the future, or that we already do know that we need. Thus, the addition of this position and some of the others that are included in here. That was the logic behind it.
So that doesn't sound like level service if we're trying to anticipate our needs and fund them now.
You're right. It was not a level service budget, nor was it ever characterized as such. It's a contingency budget, so it's based on planning for the future.
Thank you. Mr. McDivitt.
About the amendment, I had a different question related to the ballot. So,
all right,
proceed with the amendment on this.
All right. So,
I can.
did you have something to say?
Yes.
Please.
Yeah. So the idea behind the assistant planner / environmental planner is that Duxbury's facing issues in their infrastructure through climate change and sea level rise. We see more flooding, both in areas like the Bluefish River Basin, out at Gurnett Road, issues out at the Marshall Street Bridge, et cetera, and Snug Harbor, which is has also had a lot of flooding. We have tried at the Coastal Resiliency Task Force to address these issues, first with our town planner, Chris Ryan, who is here, but he just did not have the bandwidth to be the regular town planner and an assistant environmental planner. It's just a lot of work. And so we have a laundry list of things that we feel the town should be able to address to protect the citizens and their safety, so that emergency vehicles, for instance, can get out to King Caesar, out to Powder Point when there's flooding, that sort of thing. Kids can get home from off the bus. And so that's the purpose behind this. Yeah, if you have any questions, I can answer.
Thank you. All right, are we ready for a vote?
No. Susan Curtis, High Street. I find it a little curious that we're going to add a town planner, and I understand what Cindy had to say, but we have not had a town planner for 19 months. So how do you ask the townspeople to vote for a assistant town planner when we don't have a town planner? Furthermore, I would like to speak to this overall situation. I find it curious, and I spoke 5 years ago to somebody on the Finance Committee about how it was right in our face where we could cut, who we could cut right during COVID, because our non-essential employees did not show up for 14 months. Do you know that? All the surrounding towns, the employees went back to work. The essential employees showed up every day. I think the DPW did shifting, shifting shifts. But animal control showed up, the fire department showed up, the police showed up, and I know that the schools could not come back because of circumstances. So I'm going to try to make this easy for everyone. All the cuts should be to non-essential employees. And what we should do here on the 5B, if you want to go forward with this, is to make sure we don't cut DPW, police, firefighters, and teachers only. Any administrative people or non-essential employees should be cut from this budget. And the fact that the town went after our essential employees first is a slap in the face. You're treating us like we're stupid, and that take it or leave it. I think we should do what is right, which is reward the essential employees that worked every day during COVID, all the time when people were not showing up to work, and say, we want to keep you because you're valued employees, we love you and we appreciate you. And teachers, we love and appreciate you. Everybody else, your job is in jeopardy because we need to make cuts. We don't want to drive seniors out of town. When you do that, you wait till you see what happens to your taxes then. We are cash cows. We occasionally need a little ride to the hospital, but other than that, we don't require any services. So do what you can to make sure that it's reasonable for everybody in town so that our seniors stay here. You can keep taking our money and putting it where you want, and let all the essential employees know we appreciate you and we want you to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Reed, do you have something new to add?
Thank you, John. Yeah, with respect to the absence of a town planner, we have been absent a full-time town planner. However, we have had several part-time town planners who have filled in that spot. The primary reason for that is the salary we were seeking to pay the person wasn't commensurate with what's going on in the marketplace. But we've already taken care of that by approving Article 4, so hopefully we'll be able to have a permanent solution to that problem. With respect to the positions that were cut, I provided detailed information as to how we arrived at the cuts we made in terms of staffing. And I can assure you that public safety, fire, DPW, and police, without playing favorites, were the absolute last choice we had to make. At some point, you get to a situation where the cuts that you have to make without shutting down departments wander into that territory. And unfortunately, that's where we were. But again, that's why we've got this contingency budget, which is to hopefully build back those positions and then plan for at least the next 5 years.
Are there any other comments on this? Please, your name and address.
Marianne Parita, Enterprise Street. I just wanted to address my fellow citizen up here who's talking about essential employees versus administrative employees. As somebody who's held positions as administrative assistant for my entire life, where you work and you support an organization or a business or the community, I think that pitting these two types of workers against one another is not a road we want to go down. I think that many I think anyone who hasn't held a C-level or a manager position maybe doesn't have a great understanding of the valuable work that support staff does, and I think that all of the positions are valuable.
Do you have a woman in the upper right-hand corner as I look out? Your name and address, please.
Schoberg, 39 Soul Avenue. And there's an elephant in the room that we haven't talked about, and that is the rising prices of our taxes. You know, in our neighborhood, Soul and Bryan Avenue,
our taxes this year went up 73%. And that's because our property became revalued and doubled in value. So if your taxes did not go up 73%, you have something to look forward to. Now, that 73%, many of the people in these neighborhoods are teachers. I have the former harbor master across the street, a policeman down the road from me. We are a neighborhood that is already having to figure out how to pay an additional 73% taxes. So when I look at some of the increases in salaries, not new positions, but 15% increase in 3 of our top salaries, that seems a lot to me. And so I'm asking, and you can probably understand why we're a little upset that we're now being asked to raise our taxes, our levy, 5.14%. So that, to me, I am not going to vote for this override.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for vote now. Oh my gosh. Yes, please. And I'm hoping it's something new.
Waiting for the microphone, thank you. I'm Ted Carpenter, 267 Summer Street. I am a member of the Planning Board. I stand in opposition to the amendment to cancel the supplemental position. I know that there's a lot of frustration and financial difficulty we're all facing, all of us, including the town. I think one thing that people don't realize is that a tremendous amount of work has gone into sorting this. And in this specific instance, let me mention that I have been able to learn about the sources of funding for the town, including grants, grant funding, and particularly for coastal infrastructure work. These are expenses that we must either bear or suffer the consequences of destruction of property. And if we do not hire people who can do the work to get grant money, then it will come from taxes, and our taxes will go up. There is a long-term consequence of not filling the positions that we need to get the work done to keep our town. So please try and take a little longer view. Thank you.
Are you waiting to speak?
I would, and I promise it's quick. Bree Ling, 1041 Union Street. I sit on a couple different boards in town, and I personally have watched plenty of the select board meetings every Monday night. Proud, long lifetime citizen of Duxbury. And I don't want to say yes or no. I want to say kind of. There's stuff on the contingency plan that I'm 100% behind, but I also don't think we need another $300 for printing materials. I'm not sure that there aren't some costs we can cut here and some that we can keep that could be a compromise where we don't have to give it all up or keep it all. We don't have to do a one-fits-all. I hope that there would be a piece that we could maybe compromise so that it's a win-win for everybody.
Thank you. Yes. Gentlemen.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me okay? Is it muffled?
Please.
We're good. Rich Vians, Hunt Farm Drive. Just, I'm hearing words anticipating needs, next 5 years, projections. Just stepping back on the budget that we just passed, the 5A, the 1.472 million. Are we earmarking any future property taxes that are in the kind of waiting wings. For example, up on Keene Street, we have the like 20, 25 homes being built up there that's going to generate revenue. We've got the potential for others on Temple. So how does that factor into some of these numbers? Because that is future, that will be future revenue at some point. People will occupy those homes.
I understand your question, and it is frankly not fully
Understanding.
We'll spend some time, but not a lot of time on it, please, because the question before people right now is yes or no on line 26. But this certainly is part of that discussion. But
Right, no, I'm just trying to factor that into people's thinking, because everybody's anticipating future taxes coming to a theater near you, for example,
Right.
you know, the
and I think our
seawall.
finance director is anxious to answer that.
To answer your question, the short answer is yes, that has been factored in. What you're talking about is what we call new growth. So any new construction, either a brand new construction start or modifications to existing properties that have not hit the tax rolls before, that is what is called new growth. So when we talk about our tax levy, there's essentially three ways that a tax levy can grow. First is the Prop 2.5 limitation, and then additional new growth, and then, of course, an override or an exclusion. So the new growth that you're referring to, yes, it has been factored into the Sustainable Budget Task Force's 5-year forecast.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. We're voting on an amendment to reduce line 26 by $90,598. So if you're in favor of reducing the sum of money in the 5B budget, you want to vote yes. If you want to leave it the way it is, you want to vote no. The light's on, we can vote now. Voting is closed. Motion fails to carry. 257 yes, 598 no. An amendment for line 28, please.
Hello, Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. Again, reducing the Department 197 Facilities Management salaries by $144,775. So we are not increasing the number of employees. We're keeping it as is. Thank you.
You're all set. That was a motion. Do I hear a second? We have a second. Is there some discussion? Mr. Weiler, I take it you're getting up to speak.
Thank you, sir. Specifically on the facilities management budget line, we're asking for an increase in both salary and expenses. At the beginning of our budget season, we realized that for a number of years now, we have neglected our responsibility to try to maintain our physical plant. The town has in excess of 60 buildings, probably a book value of close to $100 million. And we were spending maybe $125,000 a year to try to maintain it. What we found over time is by not doing the preventative maintenance that's required, we were running into problems where equipment that was expected to last longer didn't because we weren't doing the general maintenance. So 3 members of the Finance Committee were appointed to sit with the Facilities Management Director and with the Town Manager. And we went over the budgets and we talked about what we could do to try to reverse this trend. And it required both people and money. The strong feeling was if we could raise the amount of the expenses, that line that we had, we could do more than just obligatory things where we're sticking our finger in the dike and really be a little bit more progressive and start addressing issues before they become larger problems. There are basically 2 people in the department. We are asking for 2 additional people at this time. But when you think of the numbers of calls that department handles on a daily basis to try to fix items across our entire footprint, it's daunting. So we feel it's very important to do this for the benefit of the community because we will better maintain our property and be in a better position to have our assets last as long as we hope we did when we had them built. And that was our reasoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Friend, before you go, are we still sharing part of those costs with the schools? And if so, where do we see that in the school budget?
Yes, there are budgets on both sides. They have monies available to work on their building, but the people that are hired to do it are coming out of the facilities department, and they're doing everything across the town. And Katie is here now, and perhaps you'd like to add something, Katie? Our facilities manager.
Thank you.
When I first started here, I had a previous position, same type of role. I was in charge of 12 buildings, and I had 9 employees, including myself. Right now, while we sit here, I have made 16 phone calls, adjusting temperature, lighting, to my guys who are not getting paid at home. These positions are crucial to get ahead of things. We are far behind. We are not changing filters quarterly. We're doing them as we have a failure. We are in need.
Are there any other questions or comments? So I'll ask for a vote then. This is the same as last time, in the sense that if you are in favor of reducing the budget, you vote yes. If you want to leave it where it is, vote no. Voting is closed. Motion fails, 170 yes, 665 no. Line item 30, please, which was a hold.
Hi, yes. Again, so to reduce the police, Department 210 police salaries, decrease the cost of the new positions by $219,131,000. And I do understand a bit about the policing in a town like this. You frequently need 2 officers on a call. But at this point, again, I think we just need to try to keep our budget down a little bit until next year and see how things are going in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Mr. Sullivan, are you getting up to speak?
Unless Mike wants to go first. Okay.
Oh, I need a second, please. I'm sorry. Did I hear a second on that, Mr. Weiler? Second. There's a second from the audience. Thank you.
What's that?
Who is getting up?
Are you sure?
When you look at each other, I'm confused. Okay.
Tag team? Okay.
Okay.
So I have had the privilege of working with the police department as their liaison for a number of years and understand their budget clearly. And one of the things that we've always had conversations about, obviously, budget, number of people employed, overtime. When I sat down this year with Chuck Wilburner and the chief and friend, we came to an understanding as to the implications of how many patrol and how these patrol officers are divided up. We have, at this point, 3 sectors in town, and the patrol officers then will patrol the 3 sectors. If someone is out sick, if someone's on vacation, if there is an emergency up on the highway, any number of things that can pull resources, we then go down to 2 and maybe sometimes 1, if depending on the nature of the emergency, that patrol the rest of the town. These numbers were created when our population was half of what it is today. We have not added to patrol since the 70s. The chief will tell you his plans, but what he is asking for is, instead of having 3 sectors, to have 4 sectors. That way, when the inevitable happens, which is vacations, training, sickness, other emergencies, what our fallback position will be, not from 3 to 2 to patrol the entire town and respond to your needs, but to go from 4 to 3, which is where we are at the top of our game now. We need to recognize that we have grown. We need to recognize that some of our problems are not the same as they were 30, 40 years ago, that the things that the police must do to satisfy the obligations from the state and from this community are different, and they need to respond. Because I don't know about you, but if I call them at 2 o'clock in the morning, I really want them to show up, and I want them to show up fast. And we need to be able to give them the ability to do so. Thank you.
I don't know how I can beat that, but that was very, very well said. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Mike Carbone, in case you don't know me. I'm just going to start off by saying, first of all, we're talking about patrol here. Patrol, patrol, patrol. It all starts with patrol. That is the backbone of your police department. Without it, without the healthy complement of your patrol, you don't have a police department. And we've been operating with the same patrol staff as from 1976 when Chief O'Neill presented to the select board that he needed 3 sectors in town. He went from 2 sectors to 3 sectors. Here we are in 2025 with 3 sectors, the same amount of patrol staff. It's unheard of. And I've had this conversation with many chiefs. It's just unheard of. And I can go on and on about the difference between 1970s policing and today's policing, which we all know is dramatically changed. Dramatically. And I can give example after example, but we all know it's changed. And today's police officers are so more trained, they're so more versed on what they need to do, and incidents that they handle back in 76 were just, you go home, go sleep it off. Today it's, can I help you? We're not peacemakers anymore, we're problem solvers, and that involves a lot. However, as far as staffing goes, like Ms. Sullivan said, we need to move beyond the 3 patrol sectors and to a 4th sector. And it complements a lot of things. The call volumes since 1976 have tripled. Back then it was probably there was like 9,000 calls. Today we're over 26,000 and climbing. So it does help with that. It also will reduce the overtime, which is huge. Because right now, we have to fill shifts basically 1 for 1. Because if we have an officer out, we can't run light because we're already so far understaffed. And with the 4 shift sectors, I should say, it gives us the opportunity to do more staffing and kind of juggle our staffing to a more appropriate to what the town needs. Address certain times that are more busy, certain areas that are more busy. It allows us to patrol the beach a lot better than we have in the past. It kind of directs more of directed patrol, and it actually creates a more proactive police department, because reducing our staff would create a reactive police department. And the last thing you want is a reactive police department. You want to be proactive. That is huge. Also, too, and I'll bring it up, several years ago, the department hired MRI, Municipal Resource Institute, to do a staffing study on the police department. And they did a staffing study, a very thorough staffing study. I have that here. And their conclusion was basically what was said right here today, that the police department needs additional staffing. They came up with a number a lot higher than what we're asking for today. They actually requested six officers. I don't think we need 6. 2 would supplement very, very well. So there's that. And also, too, you know, this is something that, as a police chief, I'm not looking at, addressing the issue for this year or next year. This is something that 5 years, 6 years, possibly 10 years down the road is going to supplement the police department. We're planning for the future. That's my job. And quite honestly, I think if this does pass, it certainly will supplement the police department and create a better police force for the residents of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, the woman on this level on the right.
Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. Just a question for the chief. I think you kind of answered it already, but having another sector, do you foresee that being, with all of the development potentially on the horizon, do you foresee that being enough to support your team?
Yes.
Going forward, at least for 5 years?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. I would have the same question for the fire chief as well, but I just would like to say that it's my opinion that public safety is just non-negotiable. I mean, you don't have a town unless you have fire and police. And I think that we have these two departments are by far, not only on the South Shore, but I think in the whole state, these men are incredible. And I think that we should support them. And if it were up to me, I'd give you more. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the upper right.
Thank you. Yes, Karen Hillo. I'm on Tremont Street. I just also want to provide support. Even before I heard the chief, I was all for adding positions here. My wife and I have lived in places before where you have to look over your shoulder, make sure your door is double locked. That is not Duxbury. We live in this fantastic community where crime is low, where if you call, you get help both from the police department and the fire department, and that drives all of our property values. It's one of the major reasons why people come to town. Adding spending to the police, to the fire, and to the schools adds to our property values. It just makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And also lock your doors. Make sure your doors are locked.
All right. I think we're ready for a vote now. I'm sorry, I missed you. Yes. Upper left, please.
Peter Randall, 501 Elm Street, better known as the Audubon. My question is for the chief: how many warnings compared to tickets are paid out or written, and considered what is lost revenue? Some of us back in the 70s, since you brought it up, remember a man named Radar Reg, who the town bought one radar detector and in 3 months was able to supply the whole cruisers with radar detectors. So my question is, how much lost revenue are we getting that we could use in this town? Because believe me, if you sat on my street, you would pay off the deficit.
Well, thank you. First of all, we stop like close to 4,000 motor vehicle stops a year. That revenue from any citation that's written goes into the general fund, but it doesn't, it's not, Mary can correct me.
No, you're right.
Yep.
It goes into the general fund.
It goes into the general fund, and then it's dispersed there. So that's that. And for those of you who don't know, it's at the discretion of the officer whether to write a citation, give out a verbal warning or a written warning. You can't mandate, in this state anyway, what the officer issues the offender.
Thank you. Are we ready? Do you want to speak? Please, bottom right.
I just have a quick comment. My name is Tim McKinney, Hicks Point Road. First, I just want to thank everybody in the front here for the great job that you do. And Chief, most importantly, and I'm going to be very succinct in this statement, to you and your team, there's only a handful of people in this room and in this building today that are wearing bulletproof vests. And I think those are the individuals. I have the opportunity every day to work with the U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI Threat Management Unit, and the Capitol Police in protecting federal judges and agents in threat level situations. Our job, our greatest job, this comes home to me as a citizen of Duxbury for 28 years, is to protect the protectors.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call for a vote. Same as last time, if you want to reduce the budget, as the motion calls for, press 1. If you want to leave it the way it is, press 2. Please. Push the bottom right-hand corner. You see a little funny circle, and it didn't turn it back on? Okay. There you go. And he will hold voting out until you get your new. Is it up and running? Okay. Have you been able to vote? Okay. Voting is closed. Motion fails, 102 to 715.
What's that? 102 to 715.
102 to 715.
Thank you.
102. Line item 32.
Yep. Well, first I want to say, where were you all when I was trying to save them in the 5A budget? That's all. So once again, the fire department 220 salaries, line 32, to reduce the 5B budget by $425,964.
Do I have a second?
Again, to maintain a level service at this point, not have new hires.
Do I have a second for that motion? So I hear a second. Motion's been made and seconded. Are there any comments or questions that people have? Second, Chief, I think we have a comment.
No, just a question.
Question.
With the expansion of the fire department, I don't know if there are going to be firefighters, EMTs. One of the arguments made was it will enhance our ability for revenue. have you made any projections on how much more revenue from ambulance calls we will bring in from having 2 extra ambulance drivers around?
Please, Ed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Reardon. I'm your fire chief. First off, I want to thank you for your attendance. It means a lot. I'm honored to lead an amazing group of men and women who do incredible things for this town. The first question I want to talk about is, why do we need 4 firefighters? We're going to go over some numbers, some very simple numbers, and I promise I'm going to take very little time. Let's go back to 1979. In 1979, and I know you keep hearing the 70s, but we had 5 firefighters on duty at that time. Do you remember what the population was? We were about 10,000. We did 1,000 calls, we had 1 ambulance. Let's fast forward to today. That's about 45 years later, if my numbers are right. Now we have 6 firefighters, so we've added 1 firefighter on each shift. We do triple the calls, over 3,000. We have 3 ambulances. Now our firefighters are also paramedics. So we're doing a lot more with very little added. The town has outgrown the fire departments. So your question is, what are we going to hire? We hire firefighter paramedics. They're dual role. So if there's a fire, they get in the fire truck. If there's an ambulance call, they get into the ambulance. They're doing 2 things. You want to know, is ambulance revenue going to go up? It's projected already to go up $200,000 next year. If you look at what we made last year for the general fund compared to this year, we've increased that $169,000. We can only do that when we adequately staff these ambulances. I want to go back to last week, last Saturday, and I can give you these examples every day, but it's important, and this is not meant to scaremonger in any way. This is not meant to put fear in you, but it's facts. Last Saturday, we ran our first medical call. Remember, I told you we have 6 on duty. So that first medical call comes in, we send out a crew. Simultaneously, another medical call comes in. So now we're stretched as thin as we can be. We're running 2 medicals. A third medical comes in. We need to rely on another town to come in. So we rely on that next town. 4th call comes in, another person who needs an ambulance. We call mutual aid. So that 4th call, we now wait 11 minutes before we can get somebody there. So that's why we're looking to increase our staff. I don't think it's excessive. I think it's what we need to staff appropriately so we can respond to your emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready for a vote on this? Yes. So we're going to vote on line 32, reducing the fire department's increase to their budget. If you're in favor of decreasing it, it's 1, a yes. If you want to leave it the way it is, it's 2, it's no. Voting is closed. Motion fails 75 to 746. Hold on line item 62.
Yep, Council on Aging, Department 541, salary $17,000. And this says that it's benefits only for $17,000, but just so we know, that's not going to be the end cost, because we will have to have OPEB cost, other post-employee benefits. So again, just trying to keep a level service budget for now and save us some money. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no one at any of the microphones. Oh. Yes,
So-
just a second. We have a motion. We'll take a second. Please.
Sure. So Joanne Moore, Council on Aging Director, wanted to speak to the $17,500 for benefits. That is a grant-funded position. Right now, we have served 21,508 meals last year. We're estimated to do 26,000 meals, both in the community and at the senior center, and that's why we're looking to change this position from a part-time to a full-time position.
Are we ready for a vote? Okay. This is same drill. If you're in favor of reducing the budget, press 1. Leaving it the way it is, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion fails 86 to 730. Now dealing with hold numbers, line item 75.
Oh, 66, library? Salaries?
Oh, library.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I do love you guys, but would like to reduce the Department 610 library salaries by $61,781.
So I take that to be a motion to reduce the salary by that amount. Is there a second to that? Do I hear a second? Oh, our librarian is going to speak to it.
Hi, Denise Garvin, Library Director. Thank you for the question. The children's librarian position that we're talking about here, it was cut in 2020 during COVID. So we're just asking to restore those 40 hours now that we're back to our pre-COVID numbers. You want to talk about other things?
Lester Lloyd, Washington Street, Chair of the elected Library Board of Trustees. I just want to point out that the children's librarian, the position we're hoping to restore, will allow us to add after-school, weekend, youth and children's programming that residents have strongly requested. To me, it's still unbelievable. We already have around 1,000 people coming to programs every month, showing how popular programming is. And the lack of afternoon and weekend programming has been difficult for parents, and this position would allow us to restore those. So I encourage you to support that restored position. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll now call for a vote. If you are in favor of cutting the proposed increase in the library's budget, vote yes. If you want to leave it the way it is, vote 2, which is no. Voting is closed. Motion fails 146 to 680. Line item 75.
Yes. Department 634, beach operations, salaries. I move to reduce the new position by $83,879.
I take it that's a motion to reduce it?
Yes.
Do I have a second? Second's made.
Hello. Steve Studley, Recreation Director. That amount, I'm assuming you're talking about, is for the new full-time position, assistant beach ops manager position that we'd like to add. Within that number in the warrant, I'd like to also talk about what that money's going to fund. We need to continue to recruit and reward our current beach ranger staff. What we've been given an opportunity this summer is for something new, which is again to try to increase oversand use. We're able to escort this year, and we're going to implement that program when the wildlife allows us to. In order to do that, we need additional staff. We need to assemble a queue where vehicles will be managed. We then need to escort them out onto the beach. They need to be watched while they're out on the beach, because that means we need to make sure they stay out of the areas where animals are. So in order to implement escorting, we are going to need an increase in staffing. As well as what we did last year with deterrence, many of you noticed there were flags and pallets out on the beach. We're looking to continue to do deterrence. Last year, based on our budget, we were only able to rake once a day for about an hour. The raking keeps the birds out of that area. In order to properly do this, we'd like to increase that raking, which will obviously then help with the deterrence. As far as the assistant beach ops manager position goes, this is something I think is critical to the operation. When we took over around COVID, the town manager had said this is going to take 5, 6, 7 years to figure out what you're going to need to run this department. We're learning every year. We thought that when I presented this position back in the early fall, I had made the comment that by hiring an assistant full-time position, we'd save approximately $32,000 in part-time salaries. That number now is no longer valid because at that moment, we didn't realize we'd have what's now known as the snowy owl season. Sounds funny, and they're pretty awesome creatures. However, they require management. Rather than having one part-time employee work half a day and our beach ops manager down there for half a day, we've needed to have 2 or 3 at a time down at the beach. We've had 150, 200 cars down there at a time, trying to manage the back road, the parking lot. So this, I don't even like to use the word off-season, really has never happened. And we really feel we need to bring in a full-time assistant. A couple words that are often used are burnout and succession plan. Our beach ops manager is going to get burnt out. You've heard a lot of other departments talk about how often they're out there. We do about 112 hours on the beach for about 7 months, and we do about 70 hours on the beach in the other 5 months. He's responsible, along with myself, for overseeing, managing that staff. It's just too much. As well as a succession plan. This is a position that we're very lucky with our beach ops manager, that we stumbled into somebody who was cut out for the position. 27 years, Austin, Texas, law enforcement. Great background for this. We think that to hire somebody with similar background to learn this position is the way to move forward. So we're looking at this as a long-term plan as well as an immediate.
Thank you. It appears there are no questions, so I will call for a vote. All those in favor of reducing the salary, press 1. If you want to leave it the way it's been proposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion fails to carry 192 to 620. I believe that this is the final hold that we will deal with.
Yep. But it might take a while. Line item 79, Department 300, Duxbury Schools operating budget. We have in the contingency budget line $1,995,415. I would like to reduce that amount by $700,000, which the schools can recover by reinstating their full-day kindergarten revolving fund, which they take in over $700,000 a year in fees on that, according to at least the 2023 report. The schools do have the most flexibility. They do take up 60%, including shared costs, pension, retirement, et cetera. And we've also heard facilities repair.
Is it? It's gotten a lot of use up there today. It's understandable. Perhaps you could use the microphone on the lower deck as we put this back together. Oh, we're hearing noise. Okay. I'll let you.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The schools have the most flexibility to move their funds around, and they do also have $4 million in state grants, federal grants, other funds available to them that the town does not have. So again, I'd like to reduce that line by $700,000. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. Before we go any further, one thing I want to mention, and that is there's something unique about how schools are funded here in Massachusetts, and that is once you fund them, it's up to the school committee to decide how to spend the money. So when we talk about reducing line item 79, which happens to be the salary line item, please understand it is the school committee that will make the decision as to whether if this passes, whether it comes from salaries, other services, or some combination. That's their choice. You're not voting on taking that money from the salary line item, but you would be voting to take the money away from the schools.
I'll be brief. I've been up a couple of times, Danielle Klingeman. Currently, there are 298 districts out of 313 across the Commonwealth who provide universal full-day kindergarten. I've said before, kindergarten is an essential grade. Many of us, when we were in kindergarten, it was a half-day program, and we were not doing the level of curriculum that is expected now. Kids are really expected to have pre-reading skills or be reading by the end of kindergarten. We typically have about $500,000 to $600,000 in an offset for tuition, where our kindergarten program costs over $2 million to run. We just believe it's the foundation, and I truly believe that our parents shouldn't be burdened with paying for a portion of one of the essential grades that we provide in public schools. Kindergarten is essential. It is a burden to families, and someone mentioned earlier that there is relief for families that are on free and reduced lunch, but I would say that many families don't qualify for free or reduced lunch and still struggle to pay the tuition costs that we've been asking parents to pay for many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Woman in the upper left, do you have a question?
Hi.
Or a comment?
Our comment. And I'm not sure if it should be on this or if I should have held the expenses part of it. Having gone to a lot of the presentations, And one of the line item issues was $250,000 to replace the ramp over at Chandler's School. I own properties. I manage properties. I was horrified at that cost. So that's the one thing. Also, during COVID, and I was at, I don't know, it was the school committee meeting, I believe, when we were talking, that's when all-day kindergarten got funded. And it was funded with, and I'm not going to use the right terminology, but with COVID money. Before that, we all had personal responsibility in this town. If we wanted to send our kid to all-day kindergarten, that was your choice. Now, my taxes have already gone up. My energy bills are bananas. Our water bills, and I don't think the rate's been set yet because I've been asked this question, but I believe they might triple or quadruple. I don't know. So we have all of these expenses. And do I love children? Yes. Do I love the elders in the community? Yes. Do I love all the dogs and kittens in Duxbury and owls and everybody? Yes. But it's about striking the balance. So nobody likes cuts. I was faced with this when my kids were coming up through the schools. And it was all about hard choices. And that's where we are right now. We're having to make hard choices. So I do think that there are expenses in that school budget that need to be cut. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman, the lady in the upper right.
Michelle Hatfield, Park Street. Everyone seems to be feeling pretty generous today, which is heartwarming. However, I think we really need to consider the burdens that we're about to place, especially on those on fixed incomes in this community. I grew up in Duxbury. I returned here to raise my family. I'm so grateful for the members of my family who are older than me, who help me out. We rely on each other. This is the fabric of Duxbury. And I'm afraid they're about to be priced out due to all of the factors that were just mentioned and this override. So I just wanted to speak to this small issue before us about kindergarten in particular. I have children in the schools. When my son, my older child, went to school, we did half-day kindergarten. It was a wonderful choice for our family. I was raising my younger child as well, and it was a wonderful time. He is highly literate, AP student. There's questionable value to teaching children to read at 5 years old. If you look at the studies coming out of very successful countries like Finland, where they don't even start literacy programs until age 7, it's all play-based until then, for example. I think the choice should be restored, and if you need more coverage during the day, people are using half-day kindergarten because they have 2 parents who are working full-time, completely understandable. Use that choice and pay for it like you do for other childcare choices. And my last comment is just that with inflation, we are all crafting extremely lean budgets. And I understand there are things that the town does not have control of. And I really appreciate all of the hard work that has gone into crafting the 5A budget, which I fully support, and it made complete sense. I don't see how this 5B budget works. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman up there on the right.
Hi, excuse me, Mark McDevitt, Chestnut Street. I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one in favor of suspending tuition, tuition-free kindergarten. When we started this off, somebody mentioned there's very little discretionary income or expenses that we deal with in the town of Duxbury. And I remember a few years ago when the CPA came back to be increased back to 3%, and they brought out everybody to pound it back into 3%. And 5 months later, the world is ending and we're going to be facing a massive override. And that's $1.8, $2 million of purely discretionary income. It's valuable, but it's discretionary. Committing to undertake paying for the tuition of kids in kindergarten, and I don't even know if 700,000 is enough. I think the school administrator said $1 million. Yeah, it's a $2 million program, so should it be $1 million? You know, but I don't want to go there. All right, what I'm saying is it's purely discretionary, and I think that it is really asking a lot of people who don't have kids in the school anymore, or who shelled out $1,000 for their own kids' kindergarten. Everybody recognizes the value of full-day kindergarten. I would bet that 99.5% of all the eligible kids in that age cohort, when they were ready for kindergarten, the parents in this town found a way to make it happen because they recognize the value of it. But I'm just saying, you know, I personally don't think that that is a burden that should be placed on all of the voters in the town of Duxbury. It's not required by state. It's a great thing to have, but it's the only completely optional item that we have in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Upper right.
How you doing? Tyler Kelly, Cross Street.
First.
This was a question of fundamental fairness, in my opinion. 90% of the towns in our state can figure this out to cover full-day kindergarten. Studies have consistently shown that kids in full-day kindergarten are more successful in the long run. And if I can recall, kindergarten is part of Duxbury Public Schools. Kindergarten teachers are public school employees. We should be having this fully covered under this budget. Thank you.
Okay.
Jay Zisk, Valley Street. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I come forward this afternoon as a parent and lifetime educator in public institutions of higher education, and I come to voice my support for Article 5B. You know, it's a truth lost in our present age that two things can be true at the same time. I, like many of you, are not exactly thrilled at the prospect of a tax seat increase. And I, like many of you, recognize that without the funding provided in Article 5B, we stand on the precipice of a very different future for Duxbury. Both of those things are true. Today, our needs are urgent and the future of our town hangs in the balance. We are in this together, and my support is unequivocal for all of the town departments, but I want to speak specifically to the schools. Article 5B will invest in student support, resources, and intervention. It will maintain small class sizes that optimize student success, and small class sizes gets thrown around as a term. We take it for granted because we've had that luxury. Small class sizes are essential to optimizing active learning, which is what our students need. We don't want to envision a future where we don't have that, and if you do, ask Hanover. That's what they're grappling with right now. We want to provide universal full-day kindergarten. We want to work to retain outstanding teachers and staff in ways comparable to competitive districts in the states. This is not an inflated list of wants. It's not even an aspirational budget. It's an honest assessment of real needs. And I am convinced that it will result in significant educational returns in relation to our dollars spent. You know, I've spent nearly 20 years in higher education as a faculty member and an administrator. And I can testify to the value of investing in this kind of educational progress. But it's as a parent of a Chandler student that I feel steadiest in my convictions that the students in this town are receiving an outstanding education of the highest quality. My daughter has transformed both academically and socially in just 18 months at Chandler. And much of that transformation is due precisely and specifically to her kindergarten teachers. When I drop my daughter off at school in the morning, she is greeted by friendly staff members. And I know with certainty that she, like so many others, will walk into classrooms, walk into gyms, eat in cafeterias, and play on playgrounds where lives are changed for the better. When it comes to funding our schools, the returns on our investments have names and faces. They have needs and they have dreams. They're our kids, our grandkids, our neighbors, and our future leaders. I hope we will take a moment to appreciate what our schools offer, and then take another moment to recognize and to ensure that we don't take it for granted. Our kids are getting an outcomes-based, assessment-driven education that prioritizes social-emotional learning and provides necessary and timely resources to support their achievement. This doesn't happen in a vacuum, and it's not guaranteed. It happens through the work of dedicated administrators and first-rate teachers and staff, and it happens when a town and its residents make the choice to invest in academic excellence and support appropriately the real needs of its schools. Okay is not good enough. Our students and teachers deserve the best tools available to support their learning. I want to close by saying that I am grateful to the residents of Duxbury who 3 decades ago invested in their future by supporting the last override, because their future is our present. I don't know their names or their faces, but they have helped us meet our needs and live our dreams. So what story is going to be told about us decades into the future? What future will we shape with our decisions? When we invest in our schools, we invest in our kids. And when we invest in our kids, we invest in our future. The needs are real. The time is now. Thank you very much.
If I could, are we ready for a vote? I mean, my sense is people know what they want to say. As I said, are we ready for a vote? I feel as if I'm hearing the same speech over and over again. We have a gentleman in the back who apparently wants to speak. Is there something new that you have to add, or?
Real quick, yes I do. My name's Stephen Lampert. I live on Pilgrim Byway. And as we approach this question about our schools, I think we all need to ask ourselves a question. And it's, what kind of town do we want to be? Do we want to be a place that attracts young families? We just moved here from New York City in August. We chose this town for 3 reasons: the people we love, the beautiful scenery and the beach, and the schools. Or do we want to be a town that is only for the people who no longer have kids in schools and spend 6 months in a day in Florida and maintain a nice residence here? I don't think that's the kind of town we want to have. Thank you. And with that, please, I urge all of us to invest in what attracts people to this town. It's school. Thank you.
We're going to vote now. No, it's time to vote. Time to vote. The motion before the... I think it is time to vote. We've spent an awful lot of time on a motion that many people seem to have already... Madam, I understand you want to speak. Do you have something new to add, or is it your opinion about what we should be doing?
If you call being old in this town or what, and I'm sorry, if you call that an opinion, I apologize. I've been in this town quite a while. As I paid for my children to go for kindergarten and everything. It is a choice, as the other man has said. No one's trying to destroy the kindergarten program or the children's education. That is one thing that you can fix. But what you're doing to seniors, and I don't go to Florida, sir. I work 3 jobs to live in this godforsaken town, so I really don't appreciate that comment. There's no need to pin the seniors on this. Stop.
Thank you. We're going to vote. Just to go back for a second, the motion before you is to reduce the school budget by $700,000. If you're in favor of that, you want to press 1. If you're opposed to that, you want to press 2. 1 for reduction, 2 to leave it as it is. Voting is closed. Motion fails, 226 to 609. So that's right. So we have now dealt with all of the holds, and now it's time to vote on the contingency budget, which is Article 5B, as presented by Mrs. Sullivan. Is anybody confused about what we're asking you to vote on? I sense the answer is no. So in that case, all those in favor of Article 5B, which is the contingency budget, press 1. All opposed, press 2. If you're in favor is 1, opposed is 2. Motion carries 618 to 224. Before everybody leaves, I'd like to remind you, if you're leaving for the day, please leave the clicker with the desk outside, it's the doors. If you're leaving for the day, please leave the clicker here. If you're staying here for the rest of the meeting, hang on to it if you're not leaving the building. We will be serving lunch, which is not a bad thing at this point.
Before you go, please remember, first of all, thank you very much for the support of all of you for Article 5A and 5B, but the job is not done yet. We have to vote. You have to go and vote March 22nd at the ballot, so please be there. Thank you.
At the town hall on Monday, there is additional information. You do not have to wait to the 22nd. There is voting at town hall previous to that.
I'd like to entertain a motion to recess for lunch. We will return at 2:30. Do I hear a vote? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes carry it on a voice vote. Well, welcome to the afternoon session of the annual town meeting. The recession is over. And we're going to pick up where we left off, and that is at Article 6. But before we start with Article 6, Alex Chin, who is Chair of the Fiscal Advisory Committee, will make his normal remarks. And yes, I'm sorry, I am interrupting. For those of you who are in the room, please remember, it needs to be a green, yellow, or white. And turn it back on. Yes, and turn it back on. White clicker, and that dots on the top. If you have a blue one, please go out to the hallway and change it. And if you haven't been using it for a while, it'll turn itself off. So the bottom right-hand corner, as you look at it, has that circle with the line in it, the symbol for power button. You need to push it, and if the screen is entirely blank, and if you do, you'll see some numbers pop up, and it means you're back online and being read. So Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Should we move them?
Orange is fine.
Orange is... I'm sorry, I've been saying yellow, and I guess I'm colorblind. It is orange. I think it's a bad print job, but I'll still go with... Yes.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Chin. I'm the chair of the Fiscal Advisory. I have a short 30-page slide deck to get through. I'm going to pretend not to be offended that looks like 750 people left. But I'm going to walk through the Fiscal Advisory Committee, what we do, and the process we took this year to look at the capital for Article 6. Perfect. Short agenda to get through. We'll go through the makeup of the Fiscal Advisory Committee, the decision-making process, the 26 recommendations, the source of funds, some of our concerns and recommendations for the future. Who we are. We are 9 volunteers appointed by the moderator to look at strategic planning and long-term financial management of the town. We recommend to the select board, the town manager, finance director, and to you, town meeting. We look at mostly capital projects and equipment, building maintenance and things like that. We have a couple of operating tenets. Do we have enough money to pay for things? How will requests fit into the long-term plans of the town and priorities? Will we need to borrow money? Will we have adequate revenue to meet future needs? And how can the town best prepare for unknowns? This year, we had about $10 million in requests that came through for the capital budget. Annually, we have about a budget of $2 million in free cash to allocate to capital needs. So as you can do the math, about $8 million of capital projects don't get approved each year. This has been sort of the operating MO for the town for a number of years. There are certain times where we have to debt fund things, but we try to stay within our $2 million free cash limit. This year, the Fiscal Advisory was able to approve $2.9 million in Article 6 items, broken down between general government and schools and the water department. We also weigh in on other articles that spend money in town. 3 we went through this morning in the special town meeting, Articles 1, 6, and 7, as well as a couple of upcoming articles, 10 through 23, that relate to beach lease, historic districts, CPC articles. And I put our votes onto the slide. This is a source of funds slide. We are sort of required to bring to town meeting the balances of all these fund balances to town meeting, so you can have a look at them. A lot of these were just recently certified. I won't go through all of them. The one thing I would like to note for folks is this capital stabilization fund. This is a relatively new stabilization fund that was created a couple of years ago. And we look at this fund to help us with some of the big ticket items that come through in Article 6. So as I mentioned before, we have about $2 million that we like to spend for free cash. There are certain items where, think fire engines, not to pick on the chief, but they cost anywhere over $1 million, and so that would be sort of half the budget. So we tend to look at capital stabilization to make up some of the difference so that we have money for other items within the Article 6. Capital budgeting process. Our goal is to go through those $10 million of requests, prioritize them as best we can. We tend to look at safety and security of the town first, and sort of work our way through the list. The fact that something wasn't approved this year does not mean that it wasn't a required item to run the town. It just means we simply ran out of money for most of it. There will be, these requests come back year after year, and there will be new requests that get added to that list every year as we go through the town to understand what repairs and maintenance need to be made. Just one item to note, I won't go through the appendix to this presentation, but I added some slides for anyone who wants to look at it in Appendix B that goes through the 5-year strategic budget. One thing that I wanted to sort of bring to everyone's attention is in the out years, so current year plus 3, 4, 5, you'll notice the capital budget significantly declines. In a typical year, we used to see anywhere from $6 to $8 million in annual capital requests. You'll notice in recent years, it's more like $8 to $10 million. In the out years, it's $3 million, and I think it goes down to $1.5 million. Most of that reflects the concept of these items that aren't approved in these front years getting pushed out to the out years. So I just want to sort of bring that to everyone's attention. Okay, just a quick slide. This is the definition of capital from our financial policies, over $25,000 in a 5-year life. And we try to spend 2 to 5% on capital. Another slide on sort of funding of capital. We talked about. One thing I like to bring to everyone's attention is where are we with debt? So currently, we have $52 million in outstanding principal in debt, another $13.5 million in bond anticipation notes, thank you. And we have about $30 million in authorized but unissued debt. So that's the stuff that hasn't hit your tax bill yet. And our current debt service is about $7.2 million. The lower part of this slide here just outlines a lot of the items that we have voted, debt service items that we haven't funded yet. Or, excuse me, haven't issued bonds for yet, so they have not hit your tax rate yet. Concerns, we talked about a number of them this morning. How do we provide existing services when costs are outpacing our revenue growth? And it's something we've been battling with for years. This slide has been in this slide deck that I presented for the past 6 or 7 years, and it was, it's been true. We are hoping with the override that we've bought ourselves some time for the next 5 or 6 years. The next slide is just a sort of advisory to the town of this is what the impact to your tax rate would be if we had to borrow money. So, think of a $20 million bond over 20 years. Level debt service funded would impact the average home about $250 a year in their tax bill. Another item of sort of concerns is, what are the other projects out there that we need to sort of be anticipating? How do we account for those? We made some strides this year with the Strategic Budget Task Force to think through how do we want to have a source of truth for all of these projects. And we're going to hopefully start using ClearGov to put these projects into one place so that we can have a better picture of these projects that currently live in a study here, a spreadsheet over here, a committee member's head here. How do we get those into one spot so we can understand what is the full picture of projects and equipment that we need to replace and need to update in years to come. Again, just some recommendations of how do we generate additional revenue for the town, how do we benchmark our strategic plan and things like that. And that's all I have. The rest of my slide deck, which is on the town's website, are a couple appendices. Appendix A goes more into details with debt in the debt model. Appendix B is new this year, and it really goes through the 5-year capital plan as it currently sits. The makeup of that is currently equipment, mostly equipment replacements and building repairs. But the hope in the future is to have that be more of a one-stop shop for what are the big ticket projects coming down the pipe. Thank you.
Mrs. Sullivan, may we have a motion under Article 6?
Article 6.
Motion number 1.
Motion 1, General Government Capital Budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $2,186,589 for the purposes and in the amounts specified as follows, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $2,081,439 from free cash and transfer the sum of $105,150 from Waterways Improvement Receipts Fund. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Recommendations from the Select Board and the Finance Committee were unanimous to recommend, and Fiscal Advisor unanimous to recommend as well. Okay, here's the following. So, okay, never mind. Nope, DPW, line 1, Powder Point Bridge repairs, $300,000. Facilities, line 2, library chiller replacement, $225,000. Fire, line 3, replace staff car, $72,000. Harbor Master, line 4, replace town float chain and moorings, $45,150. Line 5, replace collar and decking on 2004 safe boat, $60,000. Police, line 6, property security access control, $57,000. Line 7, fleet replacement, SUV 3, 2, 3 SUVs, 2. Okay.
Okay.
Give 1 second, let me finish reading the number and then we'll put it on hold. $269,051. Okay. Schools, district-wide roof repairs, $50,000. Line 9, district technology, $105,388. Line 10, Chandler Loading Dock, 0. Line 11, Chromebook lease, year 2 of 4, $145,000. Line 12, curriculum, $350,000. Sewer, line 13, sequential batch reactor, electrical upgrades, $58,000. Line 14, sewer system repairs, maintenance, $200,000. Line 15, generators, $250,000. And we have one hold on fleet replacement, 3 SUVs for the police.
Who had the hold?
Who had the hold on? Oh, okay.
Hi, this was Mary Lynn Carson, 21 Washington. I just really had a question. I wondered how old the cars were that there are 3 SUVs, is that correct? 3. How old are the cars that they are replacing?
I think the chief will have an answer for you.
So what we do when the time comes to replace the cruisers, we look at our fleet and we determine which cars have the highest mileage, who have been problems for the last year or 2 or 3 or 4. So it doesn't necessarily mean the mileage. I mean, we could have a car that has 80,000 miles on it, and that's getting traded in before another cruiser that has 90,000, just because that car had more problems. So there's a lot that goes into which vehicles we trade in. It's right down to the wire. Right before we purchase these cars, we purchase them, and before we take delivery of them, that's when we decide which cars are being traded in. So there's a lot that goes into it.
So that was mileage. I just wondered the age, though, of the cars roughly that were being replaced.
Oh, these cars could be anywhere from 4 to 5 years old before they get traded in, and the mileage is usually close to 100,000. Usually a police cruiser, once it hits 80,000, the value of it drops dramatically, and it's almost worth nothing, maybe $4,000 or $5,000 as a trade-in. So what we've done is, instead of trading these vehicles in, we're repurposing them to either to the beach, to the DPW, or wherever they may be needed. But yes, so it depends on what the vehicle's condition is at the time of trade-in, and usually you're talking about a vehicle that's close to 100,000 and is 4 to 5 years old.
Thank you very much. You answered my questions. I'm glad to see you're refurbishing them to other purposes.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Upper right-hand side, we have a question, I believe.
Hello.
I don't know if it's for
Yes,
you.
yes. Hi, Colleen Bird, Toby Garden Street. I know in the past we used to have the police cars in their operating budget because we were getting rid of them so quickly. Is that going to go back into the budget with this override? I imagine it was, it wasn't easy to do.
No.
With your budget? No.
No.
Oh, okay. And what was the reasoning before and now between having it in the budget and now having it as a capital item? Thank you.
The reason we had them in the budget is in prior years, in my experience, not just here, but elsewhere, and Betsy and I have had long conversations about this and her experience here, we had seen those items reduced from the capital budget, whereas when they're in the operating budget, they're less apt to be a target in tough financial times. But we have since moved away from that, and now we've got them here in the Article 6.
I sense there's another question.
Well, I didn't put a hold on it. I had a question about line 12. Is that okay now? Oh, did Sue want to talk about? Did you have a question?
I'm in the same boat as Colleen. I wanted to put a hold on line 20, line 12, actually.
Line 12?
Line 12.
Okay.
So I'm just curious. So are we transferring money that was already approved for curriculum, or is this in addition to the school budget that we've already passed? Let me take it.
This would be in addition.
This is a new curriculum that the schools brought to Fiscal Advisory. They can explain the curriculum and the rationale behind it, but just simply yes,
Okay,
it is.
I just, I'm struggling with this. Like Dr. Klingeman, I'm trying to support the schools, but it's just like everybody's cleared the room, and now here we are with another 650, and then Chromebooks and the loading. You know, it's more and more and more, and it's just harder and harder for me. I'll speak for myself. It's harder for me to come to terms with all these expenses. I hate it. I don't support this at all. Put it into the whole budget and let everybody see what's going on, because I'm sure there are a lot of people that have left today that are curious, and that, of course, I'm sure the way the room was today, they would support it anyway, so there was no fear with that. But it's just like, wow, even more money.
Yep, and I think leading up to today, we've been talking about our school budget since November, and we've been very open about anything that we were requesting. And so this year in our capital request, we put our new English language arts, our reading program that we need for K-5 in the capital request, because we simply do not have the funding in our school operating budget when we have a major curriculum purchase. We're very tight with our curriculum budget. Every single dollar is spent, and we also have to reduce every year the programs that we use with our students, because we can't afford to have the programs that the teachers want and need. And so we have had a reading program in place for the past years that is not approved by the Department of Education. It is not meeting the needs of our students. Certainly there's been a lot of discussion about dyslexia in our community and making sure that we're providing our students with a comprehensive, scientifically research-based curriculum, which we did not have. And so when we look at achievement, we are consistently looking at improvements, and we had a full curriculum review last year, and we piloted programs. And so the only way the school department can replace our English language arts program is through this capital funding, which we had to put a very long list of other capital needs aside to be able to ask the community to fund that as our top priority.
So now there may or may not be a Department of Education anymore. There's a lot of changes that are happening on the federal level.
Well, the Department of Education in Massachusetts is who we report to, and that is who is saying
Is that
our
DESE?
curriculum. Yes, the Massachusetts, that's where we report to. I'm not talking about federally. And so the Department of Education in Massachusetts is saying that our current curriculum program is not high-quality instructional materials.
Do we have to follow what they say, or does Duxbury as a town, are we able to make our own decisions on that?
We can make our own decisions, but in this case, when there is a full program called Curate on the Department of Education website, and that all of our parents see and that all of our teachers see, it's hard to justify having a program that doesn't fall in line with what those minimal requirements are for an instructional program. And so we definitely have to follow the guidelines set forth by DESE in terms of what curriculum frameworks we're teaching, but there is local control in making decisions about curriculum programs. But in the case that we have, the program we have right now, I don't endorse that. I don't think our school committee endorses our current program, and our families would certainly say that they don't endorse a non-recommended program that's not evidence-based.
Okay, my final statement on this is that I think, I want to be helpful, and I've been trying to be really positive with my statements today. I just feel like it's tone deaf, like you're not hearing from the people that are really struggling with their budget. Let me make this straight out. I can afford it. I can afford it. I'm worried about the folks that cannot afford it, and it's just like, oh, here's another $650. No problem. It is a problem. It's a problem for a lot of people. So I understand what you're saying about the curriculum. I had 2 sons come through the Duxbury school system. I paid personally for tutoring. I took care of my child. I chose to have kids, and I took my own financial responsibilities seriously. So it's really hard to and it seems like schools are always changing the curriculum. Have we gotten rid of DEI out of the curriculum? Has that happened? Oh, I'm allowed to say it. Equality. I believe in equality. Whoever's saying that, that's fine. Come to the microphone. I came up here and I took my time to speak. Excuse me, sir. So anyway, I'm just asking questions that other people are afraid. It's not easy for me to come up here. It's not easy for me to be a target. You know what? And I'm sorry, and I'll go and I'll get off of this. You people have no idea what I've been exposed to.
I think we understand you're a no vote. And if I could, we have upper right-hand corner.
Hi, yes, Colleen Bird, Toby Garden Street. Yes, I concur with Susan that to see another chunk of money going to the schools, what would be really helpful in the future, and I know you're saying you've had a lot of programs available. Well, when you don't have children in the school anymore, you kind of stop paying attention, and I'm not on the finance committee anymore. You know, I try to just come here and get all the information all at once. It'd be nice to have a handout possibly with all of the money that we are going to be voting on for the schools. So we really have a good sense of the amount that we're going to be paying. But I was curious, the curriculum that you're talking about, is that books or is that electronic curriculum? Can you give us some information so we know how long that's going to last? Thank you.
I'm certainly not going to take that question. I'm the chair, Laurel Deacon, I'm the chair of our school committee, and it's our responsibility as a committee to recommend a budget that is in the best interest of our students. That's what we're elected to do, and that is what you are seeing here. So when we have a curriculum that is not meeting the needs of our students, and we have known this and done a thorough curriculum review to determine that, it would be disingenuous for the school committee to not recommend that we explore the purchase of a curriculum that's going to meet the needs of our students. The second thing is, I think the things that are not here that we have said in many other public forums, we also have a new middle school math curriculum that is essentially almost the same value. I think it's almost $300,000 that we wrote a grant to get. So that middle school math curriculum is funded by a grant. And I hear a lot of talk about how aren't you seeking grants, making sure. So I just want to be clear that we have a lot of curriculum and things in the schools that are funded by grants that our administrators collaborate with our staff to earn. So it's not without consideration for those sorts of things. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wilcox to answer questions about the curriculum specifically.
And if I could, I believe the question has to do with how long how durable the equipment, the curriculum is. What is it made up of? Books or other materials? And if we could target our answer to those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Beth Wilcox. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Schools. The curriculum purchase would be inclusive of resources as well as those are resources that are books that students might use. They're consumables, what we call, that we need to have in our purchase that would come to us year over year. So this purchase would be inclusive of those consumables year over year. We certainly do keep in mind that there are pieces of the program that are electronic, but we want to be mindful about the amount of time our students are on electronics, as well as using paper and print, and the ability to talk to one another. So it's a combination of resources that are online, teacher materials, so our teacher resources, as well as consumables.
What's the life expectancy of the curriculum?
5 years.
Lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, so time-wise, I just want to verify, are we going to be doing this every 5 years?
For the materials in our curriculum, we do monitor what we use often. So we do have a 5-year curriculum cycle. We do look at it. For the math program, that was something that we used grant funding for. And as Chair Deegan had mentioned, some of DESE's grants are associated with the type of materials that you use. So if you're currently using evidence-based programming, then the options for grants become available. So we do explore those as much as possible. So in 5 years, we will do another evaluation, and at that time determine if we need to make an additional purchase.
And one follow-up question, if I may?
Sure, go ahead.
The $300,000 one that you got through grant, Is that also for 5 years, or is it 1 year and it's coming back to us next year?
So the math program that was purchased last year through the grants is a 5-year purchase, and that was also inclusive of professional development. The professional development, the programs, the materials, the consumables, all of that was part of that purchase for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Upper left-hand corner.
Yes, Peter Hoover, Windsor Street. There may be some confusion. I think there's perhaps a typo. Line 12, fiscal 26, $650,000. I think the number that was read was only $350, but it would be helpful to clarify which is correct.
The 650 was requested as we would like to continue to implement the math programming at the high school, but at this time we have the 350 is the amount that has been allocated, and so the purchase would go to the literacy programming at the elementary, as that is the priority, and we will continue to explore other ways that we can continue the programming at the high school level.
So just further, so are we voting on the 350 that was recommended by the Finance Committee, the Advisory Board, and the Town Manager, or are we voting on 650?
The 350.
Thank you.
Lower right, please.
Julie Benatti, 2 Peachtree Lane. I just want to address the comment that was made earlier that there was not a lot of information that was put out by the schools about the money that is needed, and that is why we're voting on it now, because there has been plenty of notice about what we are looking for and what the schools are asking for, going back way into the fall and even last summer when even the first surveys were coming out about what is it that we need. And I mean, there were emails sent out asking people to share their understanding and their feeling about what the curriculum is in our schools. And the information is out there. It's not only sent out, but it's also been in our school committees, and so which those are all publicly notices were sent out about them. And so, if you want to know about what's going on in our schools, we need to be attending our school committee meetings. So that's something I wanted to talk about. And even if we don't want to go that far back, this was addressed in this most recent Clipper, that this was money that was going to be in this particular article. So that's the first thing I want to say. And then right now we're talking about how our kids learn to read. Are we really going to be arguing about how our kids learn to read? We want to have a literate population here. And so it's completely unacceptable that we're continuing to argue about how we address our kids' reading education. Thank you.
Thank you. Upper right-hand corner, please. Lower right-hand corner.
Phil Thorne, Trout Farm Road. I promise that I do not have anything to ask about or to pile on either for or against the schools. So full disclosure there, separate topic. But I'd like to ask something that I heard Mr. Chin say in his presentation, which was there is debt that has been approved, but it has not yet been issued. So therefore, that those amounts of those funds have not, nothing has hit our tax bills yet. I'd just like a little clarification on that, because if what I'm hearing is what I just said, we might want to get the Los Niños contingent back in here, because they're going to find out that their tax bills are going through the roof if there's additional $38 million of debt that's been approved but not yet spent, so it hasn't hit the tax bills.
Sure. Alex Chin, Fiscal Advisory. There is right now $30.7 million that has been authorized but unissued, and it relates mostly to DPW and the seawall.
Okay, so again, that money has not yet hit our tax bills.
Correct.
But in the last article, we just voted to have a significant increase to our tax bills. I don't think that's been made clear to people. And I'll echo what another speaker said. These increases in the tax bills, they're not going to scare me out of town. That's, I might leave for other reasons, but that's not one of them. But I think there are a lot of people that are very, very sensitive to these increases. And if what has just been said is accurate, I'm going to come right out and say this is a snow job that's been put over on the taxpayers.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
Please.
Thank you,
Mrs.
Mr.
McNabb.
Moderator. Amy McNabb, I'm a member of your select board. While I appreciate what you're saying, because there are previous expenditures that have not yet hit our tax bills, as you said, our board has made every effort to inform the public of what we know is coming down the hill, coming down and facing all of us, which does include those tax bills that you have not yet seen. It also includes, we've been very transparent about the costs of PFAS and PFAS mitigation that we're all going to be facing and the increases to your water rates that are coming. We've been talking about everything that we know, the costs of the bridge, the costs of the lease, everything that we know is coming. We have made every effort through the newspaper, at our board meetings, to try to inform the public so that there can't be a blind side. So while I understand, and I too feel the pressure of these costs, and I fear that we are pricing some people out of town, and I'm concerned about that, I do want to stand up for all of us, because I do think that we have tried very hard to inform the public.
Mr. Guittard, and then the woman in the lower right. My lower right, your lower left.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, we had 6 public forums, and we have uploaded the presentation pack on the website, which clearly articulates the impact of the override and the upcoming debt on those slides. So that information was available, is available, and it's not a snow job. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Hi, Phoebe Hoshaw, 77 Bay Ridge Lane. I have a question on line 1. I think most people in town heard a lot of chatter last spring about the bridge and perhaps having to tear it down and rebuild. And rebuild a cement bridge. Does anyone have any information on that?
Your question is, what is the $300,000 for?
No, is in the future, are we going to have to tear down our sweet little historical bridge and build a cement one? And perhaps is this money not going to go towards that, or is the bridge going to be torn down?
Let me start with the money part.
If I could, and I appreciate that we're asking for money for the bridge for the DPW in item 1, and Mr. Reed, I'm sure you can give us some direction in that. Having said that, that is not the article. What before us is the money to repair the existing bridge, and not are we building a new bridge.
Yes.
Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thank you. The $300,000 is for the annual maintenance that we have to perform on the bridge. It's to replace some of the boards, fix it as is necessary. The other question that you've asked remains to be answered, because what we've done is we're trying to work with the state. The board put together a committee, Powder Point Bridge Advisory Committee, to work with the state to see how the replacement project would work. Right now, that price tag's up around, I think, $135 million. The goal is to have the state pay for it. The question becomes the design of the bridge. Will it be another wooden bridge? Will it be akin to what is in Chatham at the drawbridge that they have there, which is steel and concrete substructure with a wooden deck? We don't know yet, but that's why we put together the bridge committee, so that they can work with the state and figure out a design that we believe is going to be aesthetically compatible with what we have here in Duxbury. I don't suspect that it will be another wooden bridge. They don't tend to do too well in the North Atlantic, or at least the Eastern Seaboard. It's kind of tough because the bridge is actually being eaten apart by bugs, so we have to replace pilings, and that's what this goes toward as well. So that is to come at a future date.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think this woman over here on my left, on the lower left.
Just to become more knowledgeable, I'm just trying to find out about the access to the school committee meetings and the information that's out there. Not everyone can come to your forums and your little parties in the evening and stuff, because some people work day and night to live here. But based on that fixed income and trying to get more knowledge, I understand the school committees are not open to everybody who pays taxes. I'm just clarifying because we weren't inquiring anything at the school. They just say, do you have a parent here? And it's like, no, we're trying to find out about what's going on with the money. Just want a clarification. Thank you.
I did not understand the question. I apologize.
So I want clarification as far as what the school committee means. It says this has been discussed there and everything, and it's public forum and all of this. Not everyone can come to public forums, number one. Websites, not everyone has access to all that information, believe it or not. And the other thing is when I've tried to find out something from school committees, I've been told if you don't have a child in the school, you don't count.
No. Is it okay? So anyone, it's a public meeting and they're publicly posted, and so you can sign up for alerts through the community to know when our school committee meetings are happening. We also post the whole schedule for the year ahead of time on our website. All of our meetings are recorded, so you can watch them at any time, and we post all of our meeting materials that are going to be discussed ahead of the meeting, so that people that have hours that they can't attend the meetings in person can still see what's being discussed, watch the recordings, and then we also post all of our budget information. Our school department budget process begins in October. We presented our capital budget back in October, and we did our full budget presentation November 6th. So we've had all of our budget information posted on our website since November 6th. So you can always reach out to me or anyone, any of our school administrators through the website, and I'm glad to direct people to where they can find budget information if they have trouble navigating the website or finding our videos. We've also participated in all of the public information sessions, which were recorded because we understand people's work hours. You can't always go in person. So all of those recordings are posted and available as well. Do you have anything to add, Chair?
No, I don't.
Okay. For support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Drew Thawley, 254 West Street. This is really just a question of clarification relative to lines 11 and 12. And it's a question zeroed in on why it's hitting a capital budget instead of an operating budget. Everything else I see here seems to me to be clearly of a capital nature, whereas curriculum and Chromebook lease, there's a Chromebook lease that happens every single year recurring, doesn't change. And it looks like we have a $50,000 annual expense on curriculum. If it has a 5-year or something less than 50,000 or greater than 50,000, sorry, if it has a 5-year lifetime, how is that? I'm just curious how it's showing up in the capital budget and not in another operating budget.
I think we can get an answer for you. Is it Alex or our finance director?
I can give it a whirl.
Okay.
The Chromebooks, they last more than 5 years. We lease them. It's a financing. So we pay for them over 4 years, but we keep them 6, 7, 8 years. So that's how they sort of fall in the capital budget. School computers, one-to-one computing has historically fallen into the capital budget since the day we went to one-to-one computing with Apple MacBooks back in 2005, 11, something like that. So the one-to-one computing has been in the capital budget for a number of years. The curriculum meets the definition of capital. It's over 25,000. It's 5-year life. It's something honestly we struggled with in fiscal advisory with the discussions. The last time we had something comparable to this was 2008 when we had books that came before fiscal advisory. We typically don't see curriculum, but this is sort of my personal view on a number of these things. Someone mentioned it earlier of, why don't we just put some of these things in an operating budget? What I like about this is everyone gets visibility. You have to spend the money on this thing. If you allocate money to the school department budget, it goes and then the school committee can spend how they want. What I sort of like about each one of these things, we talked about police cars earlier, we get to talk about these things, and it's a line, and it has to get spent on that thing. Personally, that's what I like about having a lot of this stuff in the capital budget that fits the definition of capital. So I hope that answers your question.
Upper right-hand corner.
Lynn Welsh, Bay Road. I was wondering if the per pupil spending had capital budget factored into it. Do you know what I'm saying?
The answer is no. No. No.
So the per pupil spending
the
is
answer is
really
no.
more when you add capital budget items?
For per pupil expenditure? Correct. Well,
They say that we're low, on the low end, but if you add in the capital budget items for the schools, doesn't that make it a little bit higher?
Betsy, do you mind if I take that?
yes. Okay. Mary, did you want to deal with it?
So the answer is per pupil spending does not include capital expenditures. And yes, you're right, we make decisions here on additional one-time expenditures for capital investments. The reason it's not included is when you look at a community in the Commonwealth and compare it against other communities, each community makes their own decisions on their level of capital investment. Some communities choose to build schools, others do not. And so in order to level the playing field, capital expenditures are not included in per pupil spending.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, but Sue Schofield is one of the most informed people that I know. She goes to so many meetings. She's hosted meetings on state and town items for years, many, many years. And I just feel I had to say something or I couldn't sleep tonight, that she has every right to ask anything she wants at this meeting. This is the time to do it, and I feel badly that she was spoken to so disrespectfully. So thank you.
I think we're ready for a vote? Okay. Article 6, motion number 1, General Government Capital Budget. All those in favor, vote 1. All those opposed, it is 2. And if you're looking at a blank screen, your clicker has turned itself off. Look at the right-hand corner and turn it back on, please. Voting's off. Motion passes 145 to 16. There's a second motion under Article 6, and just by way of explanation, the first motion dealt with items that are in general government and come out of taxation. Article 6, motion 2 is for the Water Enterprise Fund, and that is kept separately from general government funding.
Article 6, Motion 2, Water Enterprise Fund Capital Budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $750,343 for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $750,343 from water retained earnings, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Project, oops, sorry, you got it right in there. Water Enterprise Fund, line 16, water main repair replace, $570,000. Line 17, replace vehicle number 6, $100,343. Line 18, GIS water mapping, $50,000. Line 19, lead service line inventory, $30,000.
Any questions? Upper right-hand corner.
Hi, yes, Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. There's been talk about our water bills going up 3 times. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to be asking. Is this what's coming down the road with the water department? If we have someone from the water department to talk to us about what's going on, I would love to hear it. And what this is all about. Thank you.
Do we have an answer?
Are you guys sick of hearing from me?
Go ahead, Mary.
When is it going to be on the agenda?
Okay, so Colleen, let me see if I heard all of your questions. First of all, for the water rate discussion will happen on March 24th. It needs to happen at a public hearing that needs to be duly noticed, and so that will occur in front of the Water and Sewer Commissioners, which are our select board, on March 24th. We had a preview of that conversation a few weeks ago. I think folks may be aware that we have engaged with a third-party consultant to do a water and sewer rate study because the town has not reviewed the rates in well over a decade. I think it's like 14 years ago. And we have not only the cost of our operations and maintenance, our annual operating costs, but we are also facing some pretty significant capital infrastructure improvements with respect to our water and sewer systems. I think we've seen some water main breaks in town that have happened in recent months. We've got some investments that we need to make within our water system, treatment and distribution system. And we've also had very extensive conversations regarding PFAS. The existing funding at the current rate structure is insufficient to cover those capital investments should the town choose to pursue them. So it is premature for me to give you any kind of an estimate today on what those rates look like, because that's going to be a robust conversation on March 24th to determine which capital investments the town is going to ask the voters to support or ask the ratepayers to support. And that will have an impact on where the rates land.
And will some of that, I know the water is completely separate, so they'll have their own debt structure if we need to go there, and that will go through a whole process. I know, it seemed like in the past they seemed to be pretty flush, but you're saying since we haven't been doing our rate increases, and who's doing that? Is that the water department? Who does that study? Is that the selectmen?
It's been, so the folks who have spearheaded the effort have been the DPW director and the water sewer superintendent, along with myself. We've been working with a company called Reftelis. So we went out to bid, a competitive bid, and awarded the bid to a company named Reftelis. Toby Fetter is our consultant on the engagement, and he did a preliminary presentation in front of the select board several weeks ago. I can't recall the exact date, but that information has been published on the website. Certainly the meetings recorded and the draft report, and we will be prepared to present the final report and our recommendations on March 24th.
Okay, and in doing that, have we adopted a new standard that we do this look at our rates every 3 years, or how are we moving forward so we don't end up here again?
If I could, we're looking at a capital budget for the water department. The discussion about rates, what they are, what's going to happen in the future, discussion that should be held with the water commissioners at one of their meetings.
Okay.
This group is not going to decide when we're going to have a water rate increase. Thank you. I think we can take a vote now. We're voting on Article 6, Motion 2, which is capital budget for the Water Enterprise Fund. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is now closed. Motion passes 150 to 13. Article 7, Mrs. Sullivan.
Subject, small equipment and minor services, Article 7. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $127,755.38 in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, the town vote to transfer the sum of $100,970.38 from free cash, transfer the sum of $16,000 from Waterways Improvement Fund, and transfer the sum of $10,785 from the water retained earnings to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support. Project requests facilities, line 1, repair exterior finish at crematory, $19,200. Line 2, school district-wide asbestos abatement, $20,000. Conservation, line 3, Lower Chandler Mill Pond weed treatment, $20,000. Harbor Master, line 4, main float, additional funded needed to complete, $16,000. Police, line 5, duty gear and life-saving equipment, $21,385. Lands and Natural Resources, line 6, Skag zero-turn riding mower, $20,385.38. I was wondering where that 38 cents was going to come in. Water Enterprise, line 7, chlorine analyzers, $10,785. So there you go. That's it. Total of $127,755.38.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of Article 7, small equipment and minor services? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting's closed. Motion passes 149 to 7. Article 8, Mrs. Sullivan.
Subject union contracts, I move to indefinitely postpone this article. There are no completed contracts at this time. Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
So it's time for a vote. All those in favor of indefinite postponement, press 1. Opposed, press 2. I believe Mr. Weiler seconded it. I heard him. Voting is closed. Motion passes 144 to 2. Article 9, Mrs. Sullivan.
Electronic balloting. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $20,000 to fund the cost of operating electronic balloting at town meetings, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $20,000 from free cash. Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend.
And do we have a second?
Yep, second.
We have a second.
He did, he's just being quiet.
He is. Are there any questions? All those we'll have a vote on Article 9, electronic balloting. All those in favor, press 1. All those in 2, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion passes 144 to 11. Article 10, Mrs. Sullivan.
Duxbury Beach lease. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1 million to be expended under the direction of the town manager for the purpose of leasing Duxbury Beach, being that portion of land in the towns of Duxbury and Plymouth owned by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, Inc., south of a line running approximately east to west along the northerly edge of the northerly parking area at the east end of the Powder Point Bridge, subject to an area of land excluded at High Pines used by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, and to authorize the Select Board or its designee to execute a lease on the behalf of the town for the period beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026 on such terms and conditions the Select Board deems in the best interests of the town.
Second.
The Select Board, the Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory all voted unanimously to support.
Do we have any questions?
Oh, I apologize. Fiscal Advisory had a 3-2-0 to recommend. I apologize.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. This, because it's the lease of property, it will take a 2/3 vote to pass. All those in favor is 1, all those opposed is 2. The motion carries 83% to 16%, or 134 to 26. And just for the record, it's not that I could calculate percentages by looking at it. He was able to flip the screen back and forth. Article number 11, Mrs.
All right. Educational Cable Access and Technology. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to indefinitely postpone.
We have a motion, and it's been seconded to indefinitely postpone Article 11. All those in favor, well, so we'll vote this. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is over. Motion passes 146 to 3. Article 12, Mrs. Sullivan.
Acceptance of the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 63D, to establish a taxation aid committee. I move Article 12 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
This was supported by the Select Board and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Is there someone who's going to speak to the article? It is our Finance Director. Perhaps give us some explanation and other information.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. There was a handout. If folks did not pick it up, it was on the table. But this article seeks to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 60, Section 3D, and establish a voluntary program to defray real estate taxes of elderly and disabled residents of low income. Acceptance of this statute allows the town to do a number of things. First, to establish a 5-person taxation aid committee, to create a gift fund called Aid to the Elderly and Disabled Tax Fund. It allows us to add a checkbox onto our property tax bills that would allow folks to contribute a voluntary donation and indicate to the treasurer that those excess funds would be applied to this elderly and disabled tax program. The committee would then define the program framework, and the committee would also award eligible recipients with monies that get applied directly to their tax bills, thereby reducing their tax liability. This program is funded 100% by voluntary contributions. The amount of aid awarded depends upon the volume of contributions received, the number of eligible applicants, and the program guidelines as defined by the committee. A yes vote on this article does not explicitly increase your taxes at all. It will require additional work on the part of our Treasurer Collector's office in order to implement the program, but they will absorb the additional services within their existing staffing model. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 12, acceptance of Mass General Law 60, Section D, 3D, to establish a Taxation Aid Committee. Voting is closed. Motion passes 137 to 13. Article 13, Mrs. Sullivan.
All right. Acceptance of the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I and 22J to authorize an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under the Massachusetts General Laws for veterans under the HERO Act. I move that the town accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I, which authorizes an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22, Clause 22A, Clause 22B, Clause 22C, Clause 22E, and Clause 22F by the percentage increase in the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index for the previous year as determined by the Commissioner of Revenue to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2025. And further, that the town accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22J, and authorize an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22, Clause 22A, Clause 22B, Clause 22C, Clause 22E, and Clause 22F by 100%, subject to the conditions in Clause 22J, to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2025.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend.
And I believe Mrs. McKinnon is going to speak to it.
I will. Thank you, Betsy. That was a lot of confusing words. All right. So under Article 13, under Mass General Law, there are a number of clauses that provide exemptions to veterans. And what this means is if a veteran meets the eligible criteria for a certain program, then they can receive an amount taken off of their tax bills through an exemption process. These exemptions have existed for a very long time. However, the amounts have remained unchanged for as long as I can remember. In August of 2024, the Massachusetts legislature passed what is known as the HERO Act. Included in this act was the ability for towns to increase the amounts of these exemptions that have been static for quite some time. They provide two methods to increase the exemption amounts. First, they are allowing communities to adopt an annual COLA increase. The amount of the COLA is set annually by the Commissioner of Revenue here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So, let's say that the COLA is 5% for next year. Then this means that an exemption that is currently $400 would be increased by 5%, and the exemption amount would then become $420. This is what is being requested by accepting Clause 22I of this article. The second provision is that a town may also increase the existing exemption amount by a percentage of up to 100%. So in this case, the $400 exemption amount that I mentioned earlier would become $800 instead of $400. This would be a one-time increase of 100% of the exemption amount. It will not double every single year. It is saying that when we adopt a 100% increase in the state's current statutory amount of $400, then that gets doubled once, and a COLA could be applied to that. So that is what the doubling of the exemption amount is, what is being requested by accepting Clause 22J of this article. So there's two parts to this article. But let me give you some more information. The state does reimburse the town for some of these exemptions. The reimbursement rate for various exemptions ranges between 56% and 100% depending upon the exemption. And we do have a number of veterans who are currently receiving these exemptions in this community. The state is not reimbursing for this new incremental amount that we could locally add to these exemptions. They will continue to reimburse at the current levels for the current exemption amounts. Therefore, this is a local option, and the incremental amount would be funded through our budget. The Board of Assessors has requested to support acceptance of Clause 22J at the full 100%. In other words, they are asking the town to double the amount of the existing exemptions. The estimated cost increase to the town to adopt both Clause 22I and 22J for veteran tax relief would be $60,075 for FY26. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll call for a vote. We're voting on Article 13, acceptance of the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed is 2. Voting's over. The motion passes 143 to 7. Article 14, Mrs. Sullivan, and I will, before I forget, I will mention that Article 14 requires a 2/3 vote.
Proposed Old Town Hall Local Historic District. I move that the town create a new Town Hall Local Historic District to be administered through the Duxbury General Bylaw, Chapter 12, and to update the official local historic district map of the town of Duxbury to include a new local historic district as follows. Town Hall Local Historic District consisting of the old Town Hall building and adjacent property located at 878 Tremont Street, owned by the town of Duxbury, as shown on the map entitled Proposed New Town Hall Local Historic District Annual Town Meeting 2025, printed in the warrant on page 37. And further, to insert said map and the following table at the end of said chapter 12. Old Town Hall, 878 Tremont Street, Town of Duxbury, deed reference 200/115, parcel ID 092-500-016.
Second.
Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 3-5-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 2-6-0 to recommend.
Is somebody going to speak to the article? Apparently not. Are there any questions? Mr. McGee.
Of course. Wasn't expecting this, but we were unanimous as a select board and cognizant of the fact that this community values its historic buildings and the rural and historic nature of our town. And if you ask why we're doing this, I think you can name off the top of your head a number of towns that don't have town buildings in existence anymore that even come close to the beauty of our town when you drive down Route 3A. And what nobody stood up here yet to talk about is the hard work that our local historic district commission has done on this, specifically Evelyn Walker, who submitted a study to the Mass Historical Society that was accepted for accepting this building into a historic district. If you think about it, and the line of homes and buildings that are in and around this historic district, it goes from the Mayflower Cemetery, that's on the National Register of Historic Places, the First Parish Church, which is also on the National Register of Historic Places, as well as the Duxbury Local Historic District. Old Town Hall on the National Register. New Town Hall, which is before you. And a number of homes along Tremont Street that are part of the Bradford Historic District, and that they're the face of those homes and the face of these buildings will remain as they are. Last year we passed a bylaw so that there wouldn't be any additional cost or work for town employees to streamline any kind of, say if there was a need to change the windows or something at the town hall. Last year we passed an amendment to our bylaws to allow for that to be streamlined so that our town employees wouldn't be coming to meetings at night to put those proposals forward. I'd just on behalf of the select board recommend that we pass this article. Thank you.
Gentleman in the upper left-hand corner, lower level.
Andre Martechini, 110 Heritage Lane. I'm just a little bit concerned and I think, Mike, you were giving us some, I'm just concerned that what strings are we putting on ourselves as, the town to do work on the building? Whether it's replace the windows or at some time, I don't know when, and I'm not recommending by any means, but at some time it may be the most cost-effective thing to tear it down and replace it. And if we restrict ourselves now, I just want to understand what are the implications.
Please, Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Andre. That was the question that we had brought up last year when we were meeting with the Finance Committee and the Select Board about the amendment, and I'm going to read it to you, excuse me, in the general bylaws. So with respect to town properties, for repairs or replacement of existing features on the exterior of a town-owned property within a district, composite materials may be used to repair the facade of a building, and trim work shall match the existing trim. The town will notify the local historic district commission within 2 weeks of the expected start date. The town will photograph the existing elements to be repaired or replaced, and those images will be provided to the commission. The town will match the detail being repaired or replaced, and repairs may commence without a meeting of the commission or the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness. The rationale for that, the reason town buildings are different than your house or my house, is because no building goes through a higher level of scrutiny than anything owned by the town, because it has to first go through fiscal advisory, then it goes through the finance committee, then it goes through the select board, then it comes here. So because of that level of review being much higher, we thought it was just much more simple and made it, as Mike said, streamlined to get the building through, if you will. But the funding for all that has to go through everything I just explained beforehand.
My right, on the bottom floor.
Mark McDevitt, Chestnut Street. I think last year, the year before, I remember Bluefish River Firehouse was done in one of these, and I asked why. So I won't do that this time. But it occurs to me in a building this size, sort of in context of what Andre was mentioning, what if, God forbid, there was a catastrophic fire? Are we required to rebuild it to the condition, using historic tools, etc.?
Well, in the case of Old Town Hall, where I work, we hope that doesn't happen. But insurance would cover that, and we would be using whatever modern materials there are to replace it.
Gentlemen,
Hi, Wayne Dennison, Standish Street. I'm a member of the Planning Board. I am not speaking for the Planning Board. In fact, I am the only person on the Planning Board who voted against this. And I voted against this largely for the reason that Mr. Martini raised. It seems to me to be a really unnecessary handcuff on the manner in which the future people in this town choose to manage their property. I cannot think of a set of circumstances under which the people in this town would disturb a World War I memorial. I don't think of a set of circumstances, absent a real need, that they're going to significantly disturb the town hall that is part of the historic district. It seems to me a completely unnecessary effort that is literally a handcuff for our future select board and for the future residents of this, of Duxbury.
gentleman behind you.
Lester Lloyd, Washington Street. Although I tend to agree with what Wayne just said and what Andrea said, I did want to hear if the Finance Committee or Fiscal Advisory could add any information to the discussion based on their votes. Thank you.
They're telling me speak for the majority. The majority had determined that they were satisfied that this would not be an additional expense, but merely an additional protection. Is that okay? Oh, all right. I apologize. I was away when they voted this. The majority felt the way I do, so that's great. I can speak very heartily to that. I feel as though anything that we do to any of our town buildings rises to the level of scrutiny that is beyond anything else in this town. We not only have to get through all of the permitting and regular process that everyone else does, we have to get through you. We cannot spend any money unless town meeting agrees to it and has a chance to take a look at the plans. So it has always been a concern and has been a concern when this has come up previously that we are adding an additional level of work to maintaining what are in essence commercial buildings that serve the community. That being said, there is absolutely no desire on anyone's part to do anything that would disturb the historic nature of these buildings and or, as Wayne has said, I can't conceive of a reason why we would decide that a World War I memorial is going to get knocked down. It boggles the mind to even consider that that's true. Thank you.
Mr. Chin, did you want to speak?
Ditto.
Your heart doesn't sound like it's in it. Seeing no... Oh my gosh, please, I'm sorry. Upper left-hand corner.
I would like to, my name is Renee Merzieski. I am an alternate on the local Historic District Commission currently. I used to be the chair. I live on Chestnut Street. And I want to point out that this would protect the World War, monument from also natural disaster accidents that would destroy it, which is what happened in the past, which is one of the reasons that we're proposing for it to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. To the woman who just followed her.
Yes.
Evelyn Walker, Keene Street. I'm on the local Historic District Commission. And I want to just read two sentences from the National Register. The Old Town Hall is significant as an outstanding example of civic architecture in Duxbury, as one of the most sophisticated displays of the Greek Revival style in this town, and for its associations with municipal history since 1840, and which is still going on, obviously. The property retains integrity of design, setting, materials, feeling, workmanship, and association. We need to protect this building so that its exterior, as seen from public ways, is retained for posterity. Local Historic District designation does not in any way affect the interior of the building or how it is used. And just as a reminder, that bylaw 12.6.3 passed at town meeting last year makes it very possible for the town to do repairs or restoration work in a very timely and up-to-date method. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the lower left.
Hi, Jim Hartford, Surplus Street. I was very involved in the drafting of the local historic district bylaw and the regulations that support it operationally. I think it's important to point out that the sort of mantra of the group that drafted that bylaw and the regulations was that you do no harm. And beyond that, it's an extremely loose and friendly interpretation of a local historic district. It does not seek to regulate materials, colors, types of windows. It looks to massing, architectural design being consistent with what was already there, and a preservation of the overall streetscape. So the goal is not to limit your ability to attend to repairs and maintenance in the ordinary course in a cost-effective manner. It's to ensure that that beautiful streetscape at the head of Depot Street, in this instance, remains. And if it needs to change, that's just a process that has some ability to be monitored and participated in by the local historic district commission.
Thank you. I think it's time for a vote now. We're going to vote on Article 14, proposed Old Town Hall Local Historic District. It will require a 2/3 vote. Press 1 if you want that to happen. Press 2 if you oppose it. Voting is closed. Motion fails 62.9% to 37.1%. It certainly was very, very close. 90 yes, 53 no. It was 53 no, 90 yes. Yeah. So it's 100, yeah. It was very close, but not close enough. We now have a number of CPC articles, and presenting them or speaking to them will be Holly Morris. I realized that I probably should use the whole name.
I forget sometimes. There's no shelf for this. Are you waiting on the? Is there a clicker? Motion. Yeah, I'm going.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, do you want to?
Thank you.
Are you going to do the overview first or wait?
I am,
Yeah.
please. Thank you, sir.
Then we'll deal with the individual articles.
Here we go. Good evening, or afternoon. My name is Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. We are on a committee of 7, which includes Tony Kelso, our town historian and member at large, Tag Carpenter from the Planning Board, Kathy Cross from Open Space, Kathy Palmer, member at large, Chris Andrew, Historic Commission, Bree Ling, Housing Authority, and myself, Conservation Commission. First of all, I'd like to thank Rainey and Nancy O'Connor for walking through this whole process of town meeting every year. I'd also like to thank Mary McKinnon for assisting us with all the financials. And I would also like to thank Nancy Rufo and Allison Shane in the Conservation Department for our assistance. And I would also like to thank the DPW for all the work that they do in all our tremendous town lands. This year we had 7 proposals. 1 proposal has been indefinitely postponed, and the CPC recommends approval of the remaining 6. Let's see. And I also want you to know that we go through a process where we actually meet with Fiscal Advisory, Finance Committee, the Select Board, to get their approval on all of these articles. So, let's see. All right. Why is CPA important to Duxbury? In 2002, Duxbury voters adopted the CPA at 3% based on the strong recommendation of the Land Acquisition Task Force. This is a surcharge on your property tax bill. It is 3% of your tax bill. It's not an additional 3% on your, everything. Our local receipts are matched by the state CPA Trust Fund, which receives money from fees from the Registry of Deeds. Only 3% towns receive multiple rounds of funding from the trust fund. CPA enables our town to protect open space so that we can protect our most important resource, and that is our drinking water. We are dependent upon the underground aquifer, and redundancy in well sites is very important, and obviously, as we have seen, wells have been shut down because of contamination. We use CPA funds to preserve the semi-rural character of our town and to preserve historic structures and landscapes, which draw people to our community to live, and it brings tourism dollars. It also provides funding for housing and provides recreational opportunities for all ages. Okay. This committee is fortunate to have multiple sources for determining the needs of the town. We look at the Envision Duxbury Comprehensive Plan, the Open Space and Recreation Plan, the Duxbury Housing Production Needs, and Livable Duxbury. The Open Space and Recreation Plan is currently being updated, and the survey that 1,678 people responded to had very definitive responses. 95% of the respondents, mind getting, wait a minute. Sorry, this happens. Sorry, it's okay. Thank you, I'm just getting old. 95% of the respondents indicated that protection of our water supply remains the top priority, and 82% favored land acquisition for that protection. 85% were in favor of preserving our natural areas. 80% are in favor of preserving the character of the town. And open space and recreation remains important to the quality of life to 94% of the respondents. The questionnaire also indicated that a number of playing fields are in poor condition due to demand and overuse, and CPA funding can be applied for this challenge. This is our accomplishment since 2002. Voters have approved $26.3 million for 93 projects. $10.7 million of those funds came from state matching funds. and $4.9 million came from state and federal grants and donations. The lion's share of the funds have gone towards open space protection, that's the green. We have protected over 1,000 acres that protects our groundwater, forests, wetlands, and scenic vistas. Protection of inland streams is important because many flow to the bay, which supports a very important shellfish industry and recreation for all ages. 17.6% of CPA funds have been used for historic preservation of town buildings, cemeteries, historic structures, historic farms and fields, and records. Only 10% of this money has gone to private nonprofits, such as the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society, the Alden Kindred, Crossroads, and Duxbury Legion. 11.6% has gone to housing and the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. CPA can play a much greater role in this responsibility. We need to address housing for seniors, first-time buyers, veterans, and people with disabilities. And 4.3% has gone to recreation for playing fields, such as the Keene playing field, the turf field site work, playgrounds, including the Laney Ladd playground, thanks to so many of you. We also have put money into pickleball courts, baseball, softball, dugouts, and tennis courts. We live in an active community. Recreational opportunities for all ages is important to keep us healthy and socially active. In 2013, the CPA surcharge was reduced from 3% to 1%, which resulted in a dramatic decline in local receipts and state matching funds. The potential development of the Simmons or Harrington Farm in a neighborhood that is already facing a 40B development led to voters demanding purchase of the farm with CPA money and the borrowing of $550,000. The farmhouse and barn were sold, and the new owners are undertaking a remarkable restoration with assistance from the North Bennett Street School. Land around the Wright Reservoir, which had been targeted for preservation since 1969, was finally secured in 2022 with the purchase of the Pink Cranberry Farm. Again, the voters approved the borrowing of $1.5 million. In 2023, the voters approved the short-term borrowing of $600,000 for the purchase of the Ricker Cranberry Farm across the street from North Hill and the town forest. This beautiful farm abuts 2 wells. The reduction in the CPA surcharge made it impossible to protect land and historic property without borrowing and drawing down reserves. Any more water? Sorry. All right. Okay. So look around town. We own a number of historic buildings such as the Wright Building, the Old Town Hall, Tar Kiln, and the library, cemeteries, memorials, and records. $4.4 million of CPA funds were used to preserve or restore these structures, preserve documents, reducing the burden on the town's general fund. In 2023, 2/3 of the voters returned the CPA surcharge to 3%, which again enables us to receive multiple rounds of state matching funds and to be better prepared for the needs of the town. All right, this is the fun stuff. I'll just quickly go through this. And this is the current fiscal year that we are in now. We're coming to the end of fiscal year 25. The surcharge receipts are estimated to be $1.95 million. We received a 20.8% match in the fall. That is $397,390. The match was low due to a weak real estate market in Massachusetts, which resulted in less money collected at the Registry of Deeds. 5% of our receipts go to administrative uses, consultants, salaries, and legal, and at the end of the fiscal year, any remaining funds go back into the CPA general fund. Debt service for the Simmons Park and Farm was $237,625, and The 10% allocation was $280,460 went into each of the three accounts. That's open space, historic preservation, and affordable housing. This is what we are going to be asking you to vote on at this town meeting. The projected surcharge receipts for fiscal year 2026 are $1.96 million. The state match is uncertain, but we are using a 14% match for budgetary purposes. Interest earnings are expected to be $10,000. The 5% administrative expense is going to be $111,643. Debt service for the Harrington Simmons property and the Pink Farm property is $201,025. Each account, housing, open space, and historic preservation, will receive $224,285 for a total of $672,855. The projected undesignated fund balance for June 30th, 2026 is $1.5 million. Protection of our water supply is a sizable challenge. The best way to protect it is through land acquisition. However, land is expensive and it's difficult to find in Duxbury. If we are to address affordable housing, CPA funds are available for this task. The condition and number of playing fields and courts need attention due to high demand. Playgrounds need upgrading. Our open spaces are heavily traveled by foot and often bikes. Trail work, attention to accessibility, and parking needs to be addressed. And historic structures and documents just get older and need preservation, like all of us. The projected median assessed value of a single-family home in fiscal year 25 is $965,200. The fiscal year 2025 median CPA surcharge is $263.19, or $66 quarterly. With the approval of 5A and B, this will certainly increase, and obviously will fluctuate over time. From an estimate I got from Mary is, with the 5A and B, this will increase the annual surcharge for the median household at $25. So there are exceptions to the surcharge. Persons who qualify for low-income housing or lower moderate-income senior housing are exempt, but you must apply annually. Over 24 people received senior exemptions and low-income exemptions last year. And the first $100,000 of the taxable value of your real estate is tax exempt. Finally, Duxbury is beautiful thanks to prior generations in this town, and now we are the stewards. So I thank you for your support for the CPA. Thank you.
I thought we lost you, sir.
Mr. Sullivan, let's have an article, let's have a motion for Article 15.
CPC Operating Fund. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $312,668 from the Community Preservation Act Fund FY 2026 anticipated revenues for the purposes of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, for the administrative expenses and charges for operation in the amount of $111,643, and for debt service in the amount of $201,025 for the Community Preservation Committee, all for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026, inclusive.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 15. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion carries 121 to 10. Article 16, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $672,855 from the Community Preservation Act Fund FY 2026 anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, Section 6, with $224,285 of said amount to be reserved for open space, $224,285 of said amount reserved for community housing, and $224,285 of said amount reserved for historic resources.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote for Article 16, CPC allocations. Voting is closed. Motion carries 119 to 10. Article 17, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $21,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund balance to replace the wooden gangway and float at Bluefish River, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Recommendation, Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-1-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 7-1-0 to recommend.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 17. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Motion carries 121 to 6. Article 18, Mr. Sullivan.
Replacement of John Alden's gravestone. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $8,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Reserve to replace John Alden's gravestone in the Miles Standish Burial Ground, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Any questions or comments?
May I speak to this?
Please.
Is this open on? Thank you. Okay. This is a request of $8,000 to replace the gravestone, which was erected in 1930. It's about 100 years old. And it's now beyond repair. Ms. Mobed of the Alden Kindred obtained multiple quotes ranging from $11,000 to $29,000. The new stone will be similar to the old one, and the Alden Kindred have raised an additional $4,000 for the project. This is a very popular site. It's listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and it's visited by thousands of tourists and school groups every year. I will point out that in history, there were no gravestones, but 100 years ago, the Alden Kindred decided that there should be one. Priscilla's gravestone is next to the John gravestone, and ideally they would like to replace it with the exact same style, slate, and so forth, so that Priscilla's not alone. So,
There you go.
All right.
Kind of sweet, really. You done now?
yes, I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
We waived it.
All right. So I'll ask for a vote on Article 18, please. The replacement of John Alden's gravestone. Voting is closed and motion carries 114 to 21. Article 19, Mrs. Sullivan.
The construction of the Harbor Walk. I move that the town, upon recommendation to Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $22,202 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve to construct the Harbor Walk between 479 Washington Street and 459 Washington Street, including all incidental and related expenses, and further to authorize the Select Board to enter into a grant agreement to set forth such terms as the Select Board deems to be in the best interest of the town, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Finance Committee voted 900 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 800 to recommend. And the Select Board also was unanimous to support.
Any comments?
Okay. The Harbor Walk. The Duxbury Rural and Historical Society requested $22,202 for the construction of a pedestrian walkway on the Nathaniel Jr. property. And the walkway will travel from Washington Street to the town parking lot at Snug Harbor. Duxbury Rural and Historical Society will contribute $3,918 of the project cost. This project will provide safer access to the waterfront and the businesses, given that Mattakeesett Court has a lot of commercial and recreational traffic and no sidewalk. The walk will be up to 6 feet in width and constructed of asphalt for ADA compliance and easier maintenance. Solar lighting is to be installed, correct? You may have noticed that work has already been done to clear this site. The town voted to accept the Harbor Walk easement at the November 2024 special town meeting.
Any questions or comments?
It's a quiet group.
I'll call for a vote then. On Article 19, the construction of the Harbor Walk. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting has stopped, and the motion carries 122 to 10. Article 20, Mrs. Sullivan.
Purchase of fireproof file cabinets for the town clerk. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $33,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Preservation Reserve to purchase 5 lateral fireproof file cabinets for the storage and preservation of historic records, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Select Board, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory all voted unanimously to recommend.
Holly,
Let me
Morris.
thank you. This again is for the purchase of 5 lateral fireproof cabinets that will be placed within the town clerk's office, as there is insufficient space in the vault. And as shown, we have used $86,550 of CPA funds for storage and preservation of books in the town clerk's office. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 20, purchase of fireproof file cabinets for the town clerk. Voting is closed, and the article passes 125 to 7. Article 21, Mrs. Sullivan.
Design of the Steel Athletic Complex visitor seating expansion. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Select Board voted 5-0-0 to indefinitely postpone. Finance Committee voted unanimously to indefinitely postpone. And Fiscal Advisory, I've lost Alex. Anybody?
How'd you
vote? IP, they voted to indefinitely postpone.
Any comments?
That the Community Preservation Committee also voted to indefinitely postpone.
Yes, please. Go.
Bree Ling from Union Street. The steel building bleachers for the visiting town and for our town are up on the hill. So if you have little ones, they roll down the hill, and if you're trying to watch, you're up on the hill. And I grew up in town where I could pull into my old parking lot next to Tim Steele's building, and we had bleachers right there. So I do agree that we should indefinitely postpone this, but I do ask the town, we have a bright, smart town. If there's anybody out there with a great idea, we were really stuck in the engineering stage. The cost, we can't decide if we should do it because we don't know how much it's going to cost, but we can't. So if anybody out there has great ideas, I urge you to come forward. The town's always open to ideas on how we could make the seating either in the hill or however it could work and be ADA compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else at a microphone, I'll call for a vote on Article 21, design of the Steel Athletic Complex visitor seating expansion. The voting is closed, and the article passes 117 to 4. Article 22, Mrs. Sullivan.
Restoration of the Nathaniel Windsor Jr. House windows. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $41,328 from the Community Preservation Historic Preservation Reserve to restore 32 19th century windows at the historic Nathaniel Windsor Jr. House, including all incidental and related expenses, and further to authorize the Select Board to enter into a grant agreement to set forth such terms as the Select Board deems to be in the best interest of the town, such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Select Board, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory all voted unanimously to recommend.
Comments, Ms.?
Yep. Okay. The total expense for this project is $68,880. The Historical Society requested 60% of that expense for $41,328, and the Society will contribute 40% or $27,552. The Duxbury Rural and Historical, this project is to restore 32 of the windows at the 19th century building, which serves as the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society's headquarters. And it's on Washington Street, if you don't know where it is. This will preserve the integrity of the building, which houses textiles and collections, and improve climate control and energy savings. This grand building is within the shipbuilders district, and the large architectural windows are typical of federal-style homes built in the early 1800s. Failed pulleys, peeling frames, and cracks are in need of restoration and must be done in accordance with the National Park Service and GSA standards. Jonathan Detweiler of Buttonwood has completed a number of projects for Duxbury Rural and Historical Society, including the windows at the King Caesar House, and was funded in part with the CPA grant. The non-standard and decorative windows in the foyer and on the third floor are not included in this proposal and will be managed by the Historical Society. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 22, restoration of the Nathaniel Windsor Jr. House windows. Voting is closed. Motion passes 114 to 13. Article 23, Mrs. Sullivan.
A resolution to declare a climate emergency. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Anybody wish to comment on it?
Yeah, the Coastal Resiliency Task Force was bringing this forward, and it came clear that we needed to do a little bit more editing. And so it'll be here in the future.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will ask for a vote on Article 23, resolution to declare a climate emergency. Voting is closed. Motion passes 110 to 9. Article 24, Mrs. Sullivan.
Citizens petition to accept Checkerberry Hill as a public way. I move to indefinitely postpone this article. I don't know if the citizen petitioner is here. But I did have a conversation with them at a public meeting where they indicated that this was going to be their desire.
We, as a rule, don't want to speak for the petitioner on an article, but he did appear before the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen.
Yes.
And expressed a desire to indefinitely postpone this article, although I think you will see it at a future town meeting.
Was there a second?
Do I have a second?
Second?
Second, very good. Do we have any comments or questions on this? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. On Article 24, Citizens Petition to accept Chuckleberry Hill. Voting is stopped. Motion passes 111 to 7. Article 25, Mrs. Sullivan.
Request to stop evaporation of the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station's untreated radioactivity and chemically contaminated industrial wastewater. I move Article 25 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Select Board and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Mrs. Lambert.
Yes, I'm Mary Lambert, 148 Washington Street, and I'm co-chair of the Town of Duxbury's Nuclear Advisory Committee, which could be thought of as a preservation committee, too. And also Becky Chin is here, who's the other co-chair. The good news about this article, it does not ask for any money. You will hear no figures of that sort. What it does is ask the town, it's very simple, a resolution that if there's a yes vote to contact the Attorney General, ask the Attorney General to enforce laws that are on the books that would make evaporation not occur. Quick background, Pilgrim Station is obviously across Duxbury Bay from our community, about 6 miles from this building. They are in the process of decommissioning, and in so doing, they have to get rid of 2 million gallons of radioactive and chemically contaminated water that was currently in the main reactor building before they can take it down. The federal government, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, provides 4 options on how they can get rid of this water. They can evaporate it, they can dump it in the bay, they can ship it to a licensed radioactive facility, which we have access to in Texas, where we're sending all the solid waste, or they could store it on site in containers along with the 62 casks of spent fuel, which is there. The company decided their first choice was to dump it in the bay. And from the leadership, you can be proud of the Select Board in Town of Duxbury, we got the ball rolling, and the Department of Environmental Protection denied a request for permit to dump the water into Cape Cod Bay, which of course would have come in to other bays such as Duxbury. The company, however, decided to appeal that decision of DEP. It's currently under litigation, supporting not dumping, preserving the Department of Environmental Protection's rule is DEP, Town of Plymouth, Town of Barnstable, and a 10-person lawsuit, which James Lampert is currently writing. In the meantime, we discovered that the company had another trick up their sleeve, which was to evaporate the water. And since they have owned the power plant in 2019 and began decommissioning, they have evaporated 24/7 unfiltered water, 1 million gallons, or a little better. And they now have 860 gallons left to get rid of, and they're evaporating today, tomorrow, the next day. We went to the governor and talked with their staff, and the governor is not taking any action. which was rather mysterious. And so the next stop is the Attorney General. Attorney General's job is to enforce regulations, and there are the very same regulations that protect Cape Cod Bay, an Ocean Sanctuaries Act, and the Endangered Species Act, and there are a few others that she should enforce. Because we know that the winds, a little over 60%, blow over Cape Cod Bay, and in so doing, when there is a change in winds or what have you, the wind slows down, the deposition goes into the bay. And what doesn't go east comes here. And clearly, we do not want the deposition, which puts at risk health, property values, the marine environment, et cetera. And so, therefore, this is very simple, very straightforward. Another community conservation approach, if you will, which is to vote yes, so the town will send a letter to the AG, and also members of our community, of our committee rather, and other towns have been requesting to sit down and visit with the AG to try to add some pressure, because we know she has a lot on her plate, and we feel obviously this is an important item to add. So, thank you very much. Any questions? Becky can answer them. Go, Becky. Are there any questions? Does anyone feel they prefer?
Hearing no questions, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of requesting the stop of evaporation at Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station, press 1. Opposed, press 2. You bet. Voting stopped. Motion passes 119 to 6. So that completes the business of the warrant for the annual town meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Sine die. It's a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.